I am now ready to rule on the point of order raised on January 31, 2024 by the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and the question of privilege raised on February 9, 2024 by the member for Edmonton Strathcona concerning the government's responses to their written questions. While they were raised distinctly, the Chair intends to provide a single ruling, given the procedural similarities of the two questions. Le député de Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, shared his concerns with regard to the exactitude and comprehensiveness of the government's report to question Q2155. The answer tabled on the 29th of January made no mention of secondary implementation partnerships that have to do with partnerships that seek to help Palestinian refugees. The members noted that he sought to get more information on all organizations that provide Canadian aid, implementation partners and secondary partners.
Of privilege, the member for Edmonton Strathcona made a similar complaint, expressing dissatisfaction with multiple elements of the government's responses to three of her written questions, namely questions Q2068, Q2069, and Q2070. She argued that the inadequacy of the responses was so glaring that it interfered with her ability to carry out her parliamentary duties, including holding the government to account. She contended that the government specifically failed to answer several of the sub-questions embedded in the larger questions, and one response appeared to contain the wrong information. I ask for order, please. She asked that the Chair review her questions and their responses in conjunction with relevant procedural authorities and precedents in the hope that her complaint rises to the level of a prima facie question of privilege. On February 12th, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader tabled a revised response to question Q2070, stating that inaccurate information had been provided in the initial response due to an error. He also stated that the Minister of Foreign Affairs had apologized to the member for Edmonton Strathcona for this mistake. Il arrive souvent que des députés
Often, members express their insatisfaction to a government response to a written question. Former decisions are many. Members will find a similar example in the debates of the 22nd of April 2022. The 25th of April 2022, page 4310 and 4311. The Speaker understands the discontent that some members may feel when they do not obtain all the information that they believe should have been shared in a response. However, precedents show well that speakers can't compel the government to answer in a certain way. In Procedures in the House, third edition, page 529530, states that no provision allows the Speaker to control answers given by the government to a question. If members raise questions of privilege in the House, in answer to answered questions, the Speaker has never determined that there was a prima facie case. The Speaker determined that it is not incumbent upon him or her to determine if the content of documents are exact, or determine how a member can determine or not if information in a document are exact, end of quote.
Having reviewed the specific concerns raised by both the members for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and Edmonton Strathcona, the Chair is not of the view that their complaints deviate from similar ones in the past. As such, I am left with little option but to apply established precedents consistent with the approach my predecessors have taken. Consequently, I do not find that there is a prima facie case of privilege concerning the request made by the member for Edmonton Strathcona, and I consider the matter closed for both submissions made to the chair. Cela dit, la présidence.
That being said, the Speaker would like to highlight that the leader of the Parliamentary Secretary, leader of the government in the House, made statements with regards to the revised response to question Q 2070. He recognised that members have the right to obtain the best information possible to do their crucial work.
Like many speakers before me, I want to emphasize the essential purpose written questions serve in our parliamentary institution. Not only are they an important part of our accountability mechanisms, forcing the government to justify its choices, but responses to order paper questions are also instrumental in helping members get a better understanding of the government's programs, activities, and expenses. It serves everyone, including those who elected us, when members receive complete and accurate answers to their questions so that they can thereafter make informed decisions. The chair therefore strongly encourages the government to follow through on its statement and provide to members the best information available. I thank all members for their attention. Orders of the day. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, that in relation to the consideration of the motion respecting the Senate amendment to Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada, the debate not be further adjourned.
That's a good idea.
The Honourable Member from Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, the standing orders clearly dictate that you cannot move such a motion on a point of order when orders of the day have not yet been called.
Routine proceedings, Speaker.
Just ask honourable members as I consult the chair, and I will be back to honourable members. I thank the honourable members from Perth Wellington. So I'd like to thank the honourable member from Perth Wellington for his intervention. The chair actually did make a mistake. I had the document here to read routine proceedings, which is what I normally do in the day, and I said the wrong rubric, and I do apologize to the member from Perth Wellington and to all members of the House. So routine proceedings, and then I went to tabling of documents, and the Honourable Government House Leader. I'm going to ask members to hold the line for a second, if I can consult the clerk one more time. So again, I'm going to express to members, I understand the point of view of the Government House Leader, but the chair did make a mistake. It was routine proceedings that I should have gone, and I immediately called to the rubric of tabling of documents, which is where we should be at this point. We will get to the regular place. As you know, on Thursday mornings, we do start with routine proceedings. So, routine proceedings, tabling of documents. Il est mon devoir de déposer.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to Section 10.5 of the Lobbying Act, a report on investigation from the Commissioner of Lobbying. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics.
Also tabling of documents, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a letter from the Governor-General of Canada, Her Excellency, signed by her own hand.
J'invite tous les députés à se lever.
I ask all members to rise.
Monsieur. Her Excellency, the Governor-General, transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2025, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence, la Gouverneure Générale, transmet à la Chambre des Communes.
Her Excellency, in repetition of the previous point, for the fiscal year ending in end of March 2025, pursuant to the Constitution Act 1867, recommends this budget to the House of Commons.
L'honorable secrétaire, président du Conseil.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
I have the honour to table in both official languages the main estimates for 2024-2025 in both official languages.
I recognize now the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 111.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages a certificate of nomination and biographical notes for the proposed appointment of Conrad Winrich von Wittgenstein to the position of Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to consultations with all parties, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That in accordance with Section 81 of the Parliament of Canada Act, RSC 1985 C.P-1, the House approve the appointment of Conrad Winrich von Wittgenstein as Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner for a term of 7 years.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à
All those against what the Honourable Member has proposed will now say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the statement of the motion. All those against the motion will please say nay. Carried.
the Honourable
Speaker,
Parliamentary
pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition. This return will be tabled in an electronic format.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the departmental plans for this government, representing 90 departments and agencies for 2024-2025.
Just one more. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du...
Introduction of government bills.
Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Suds, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Pharmacare. This motion is deemed adopted.
For the interruption, but I do have one more set of documents to table. Could we go back to tabling by any chance?
Does the honourable member have consent to go back to tabling documents as part of the previous rubric? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Anyway, pursuant to Standing Order 32 sub 2, I have the honour to table on behalf of the Minister of Finance a document in both official languages entitled Report on the Federal Tax Expenditures for 2024. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honourable President to the Treasury Board, and now we will go back to the introduction of government bills. Mr. Holland, seconded by Ms. Sudds, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Pharmacare. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Holland, seconded by Mrs. Sudds, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Right now. At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member from Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women entitled Act Now, Preventing Human Trafficking of Women, Girls and Gender Diverse People in Canada. Through this study, we saw 55 witnesses, received 57 briefs, and traveled the Greater Toronto area, including Peel, Vancouver, Sault Ste. Marie, and Halifax. I would also like to thank the women that have taken part on this, and that goes specifically to the analysts and to the clerks. We had two incredible clerks that worked on this, both Stephanie Bond and Danielle Wildner, and we also had incredible analysts who were able to help us, Dominique, Claire, and Alexia. So on behalf, I would like to table this, and pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I understand that the honourable member for King Vaughan also wants to table a dissenting report, I believe.
Yes.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present our supplementary report on behalf of my Conservative colleagues. We felt the report did not contain enough regarding training for the police and judges, nor speak to the absolute torture endured by those who have been trafficked. I'm saddened to report that some of these perpetrators and users of human trafficking are abusing our children as young as 9 years old. We need to ensure that the laws of these crimes fit. So the penalties right now are not fitting the crime. We would like to ensure that these measures are reviewed so that we can protect all of our citizens, especially the most vulnerable, and that is our children. Thank you.
C'est un point d'ordre, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to table the supplementary report from the Bloc Québécois. All those against the motion will please say nay. Carried. The House has heard the statement of the motion. All those against, please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quickly. We have a complementary report to confirm once again that health is Quebec's jurisdiction and that the federal government must respect this jurisdiction. Quebec can implement information and awareness programs and on the effects of the matter on women and girls. For example, we can share documents and resources to first responders, the police and the province. Investments in victim support services take into account various matters, including housing and psychological follow-ups. The Bloc Québécois are against the compartmentalization of victims of human trafficking. All lives are equal and should have equitable access to services, irrespective of any factor. Funding organizations and initiatives that help people, immigrants and Indigenous especially, those who are victims and survivors of human trafficking, for example, as well as sex workers. The Bloc Québécois insists that this funding happen through transfers to respect Quebec's jurisdiction, because the Bloc Québécois is also against the implementation of a expungement measure for sexual acts prior to 2014.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motion.
Motions. Mr. Smell, seconded by Mr. Malilo, moves that the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs presented on Wednesday, September 27, be concurred in. Debate. The honourable member for
Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Kawartha Lakes? Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to stand and speak on this very important report titled Food Security in Northern and Isolated Communities, Ensuring Equitable Access to Adequate and Healthy Food for All. And just to give a quick summary, Speaker, I think in general, right across the country, no matter where you live, food security has become a major issue. We see food bank usage at record highs. In fact, some food banks running out of food before the lines have gotten through the facility. A very challenging time for many Canadians. And it's even worse, if you can believe, in the north, especially in our territories. Just for example, just to quote off this report, food insecurity is generally defined as a situation that exists when people lack secure access to sufficient amounts of safe and nutritious food. So in 2017 and 18, 12.7% of Canadian households were food insecure. And as I mentioned right off the top, it's worse when you look at the north. So roughly 4.4 million households, so 12.7% of households right across the country were food insecure. So looking at the north, so you're looking at the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut, it can reach up as high as 16.9% in the Yukon, 21.6% in Northwest Territories, and Nunavut, 57%. That is absolutely incredible. It goes on. Among Northerners, Indigenous people are particularly at risk of being food insecure. And one of the recommendations from this study, and what the committee heard, is that, unfortunately, the Nutrition North program, which is available, shows that the program itself and the changes the government has made to it are not actually meeting the needs of Northerners. And we all know that I, of course, as mentioned off the top, will be splitting my time with the member for Kenora. He has a great insight on this subject as well, and he wants to share his thoughts. So one of the biggest factors of the increase in the cost of food is, of course, the carbon tax. We see the newly elected Premier of the Northwest Territories calling for relief on the carbon tax. We know that when farmers are forced to pay the cost, the truckers, the grocery store, et cetera, those costs are passed along to the consumer. Now, this continues throughout the chain, increasing the cost of absolutely everything. And unfortunately, food prices are impacted by this at a level and a time when Canadians are struggling to pay their bills. Inflation is out of control. Costs of everything are up, and the government refuses actually to take any sort of action or show any kind of compassion to people who are suffering. They say you get rebates. They'll say you get a rebate. They actually had to rebrand this rebate because Canadians weren't actually buying it. They were noticing that somehow the rate in which they were spending or being taxed on the carbon tax was actually quite disproportionate to the actual rebate, which leaves a very good question. So if you're taxing people, raising the cost of everything, giving them a little bit back and expect them to be grateful, but not actually helping the environment, why bother taking it from them in the first place? Why not leave that money in their pockets? Why not stop bribing people with their own money? Let them keep it. Let them make the best decisions that they can, and they will. Consumers will always make the best decisions based on their own situations. And that is the key, I think, one of the key disagreements between the official opposition and the government is the government believes that they know all, that they are smarter than all the 40 million so Canadians out there, that they can have a central plan, make everything work, and eventually we will reach utopia. Well, Speaker, this is not happening. Canadians are suffering. Canadians are going hungry, they're skipping meals, they're lining up at food banks at rates we've never seen before. Food banks are running out of food, and up in the north, the rates of food insecurity are even worse. And why? So when you think about it, why is there no action? You think the government would act, especially when people are suffering. And you listen to the tone of this Prime Minister when he responds to that, right? You bring up the cost of a dozen eggs. You bring up the cost of a loaf of bread or a liter of milk, and all you get is, other than the so-called rebate, which we know does not equal the amount you're spending on it, they're working on it. They are working on it. We have a report. This was tabled in the 43rd Parliament, June 2021. Program is still not working. Cost of food is getting worse. People are suffering even more. But they're not impacted by it. Right? Those connected to the Liberal government, those that are getting these contracts for nothing, money's going out the door, they're not impacted by the price of those items. But regular, everyday people are. And that's the problem. And when pressed on it, they just ask for three things, right? Give us unlimited time, unlimited resources, and of course, unlimited money, and we will just eventually figure it out. Now, at the end of the road, will it be worth it? Well, probably not for the average Canadian. It might be worth it for those who are lobbied and lawyered and connected to government. They will reap the benefits, but not the average person. And we're seeing that again in the North. I don't think there is anybody that can actually justify paying more in interest on our national debt than we do in transfers of healthcare dollars to the provinces. I don't think there's an argument that actually makes sense out there. But they don't actually, the government just doesn't seem to matter. They keep spending. They keep putting the future on the credit card. And that is not responsible, despite programs that could easily be looked at. We talked about the Green Slush Fund many times in this House, in many speeches. The Green Slush Fund, where billions of dollars have been thrown, and it looks like it's just been given out to those that are connected, well lawyered or lobbied to government. The Infrastructure Bank, that is yet to really produce anything of substance, but has got ridiculous amounts of funding. And the list goes on. We have a Rive scam in the news again and again, where two people in their basement seem to have made off like bandits and no real accountability. You have reports coming out that the Indigenous consultation on the Rive scam wasn't actually done through Indigenous people. So the government again keeps saying one thing after another, but not actually living up to what they should be doing. And yet, food insecurity in the North continues to get worse. Money is being spent, and actually, money is being spent in higher amounts than ever, especially when you look at Crown Indigenous relations, but the one Indigenous Service Canada, the spending is up. The spending is up, but the outcomes are down. There's actually more money going into those two departments, but ISC, Indigenous Services Canada, are only hitting 27% of their actual targets in their own departmental plan. Now, they just tabled the new departmental plans today. We'll have a look if that's gotten any better. But at this point, what organization, what private sector corporation would be able to succeed if they're only hitting 27% of their goals? I don't think many. But again, it's the government's looking, and they'll proudly say we're throwing X amount of dollars at X amount of program, but lives are not improving. going back to the study. The study recommendation is recognizing that the Nutrition North program will not solve food insecurity in the North. We have to look at other options. Economic reconciliation is something we talk about in much capacity on this side of the House, because we believe that Indigenous peoples have been left out of this conversation for far too long. And having that Indigenous participation in the economy is key to a success as a nation. We're talking about an Indigenous population that is motivated, that is well-educated, that is young when compared to their stats, a very young population, and they want to be included. And they've been left out for far too long. So let's unleash the powers of these entrepreneurs. Let's stop with the government knows best, the Ottawa knows best approach that we've done for 150 plus years that has failed for those 150 plus years. And we put forward a potential option for First Nations communities that want to participate in their own economy. And like I said, many do. They're just constrained by the Ottawa knows best approach. It's the First Nations resource charge, which allows companies that are doing business on First Nation lands to, instead of pay Ottawa for the federal taxes they would pay the nation directly. It's a far more efficient way of tax dollars having maximum effect. Your velocity of the tax dollar, rather than the current method of the resource company doing business on traditional lands, on the First Nation lands, leaving the community, coming to Ottawa, going around the cotton candy machine, having First Nations come to Ottawa, ask for it back in the form of programs and services which are not working, only to get a share of that funding back. So let's eliminate parts of this broken system, one with this optional First Nations resource charge, which was actually developed by the First Nations Tax Commission. This was an Indigenous-led proposal that we were able to have great success adopting and promoting. And I think, well, I know when we're in government very soon, we will be able to implement this and actually create a difference in the lives of Indigenous peoples. So when we look at the North, we look at food insecurity. Processing is an issue. Sorry, yes, Speaker?
I'm sorry, did the honourable member say he was sharing his time?
Yes.
Oh, so sorry, the honourable member's time is up. So I'll go to questions and comments, okay? Just because it has been over. I thought, I didn't hear that you were dividing your time, but I'm told that you did. So here we go. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's encouraging to hear that the member feels that the government should be listening to Indigenous community leaders, given the lack of attention that was given by the former Harper regime. And he made a great deal of comment in regards to the Nutrition North program, which is a program that ultimately does deliver literally tens of millions of dollars of support to make things like groceries a whole lot more affordable. And I'm wondering if he could reflect if he has any other thoughts in regards to what he believes would make a difference given the dramatic change in life as a direct result of climate change.
The Honourable Member Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. Actually, that's where I was going in my speech when, unfortunately, my time ran out unexpectedly. But as I was just about to say, in the Yukon, for example, they have very little processing capacity. So if you have an agricultural operation in the Yukon, they have nowhere to actually process. If you're doing a chicken operation for meat, you have nowhere to actually send those chickens to be processed. You have to either do it on site or truck them elsewhere, which can be very stressful on the animal. But because of that inability to have local processing, that also contributes to the cost. And of course, if you're trucking the animals, you also have to pay the carbon tax. And of course, you heat the barn, you pay the carbon tax. And all of these layers add to the cost. I could go on, but hopefully I'll get more questions on that. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week, I was at the parliamentary reception for an Indigenous Funding Association because we're doing a study on women in entrepreneurship. And the common word we heard was we often heard that it's hard for them to access credit, specifically for Indigenous peoples in the North. So we need to adapt this to communities. How come in 2024 this access to credit for these communities is still so tough for the federal government's funding programs?
For Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the comment from the member across the way. I too was at the same reception for the National Aboriginal Capital Corporation event to talk about their 35 years of success in providing funding and capital and mentorship to young Indigenous entrepreneurs looking to create jobs, wealth, and opportunity in their community, either on reserve or off. And I think it was a great work that that organization is doing. But yes, some of the barriers, and we talk about it often on this side, is economic reconciliation, how that is a key. We have a very young population in Indigenous communities. We have a very educated population and a motivated population. And all they want to do is have equal opportunity, equal access to the programs that are being available. But unfortunately, there are sometimes, and there are often, roadblocks that are in place. So what we're trying to do and what we are proposing on this side of the House is to remove those roadblocks, remove the gatekeepers, and get more economic participation for Indigenous peoples available.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I agree with my colleague. There's been a total lack of funding of nutrition north. I want to go in terms of this economic reconciliation that I often hear the Conservatives talk about. They talk about economic reconciliation. I just want to translate what that means. It's economic reconciliation if you believe with our economic and political agenda. And then if you don't, we'll send in militarized police, as many recommended. While in BC, when we saw some of the blockades happening in opposition to resource extraction. And, you know, and in that point, it's about free, prior, and informed consent. Free, prior, and informed. I'm wondering if the Conservatives would have the same enthusiasm for communities or nations that do not want resource extraction or propose resource extraction with conditions. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member from the NDP. I think she's talking about the Coastal GasLink program, but she didn't mention it off the top. So in that, the bands within the Wet'suwet'en, the elected chiefs supported resource development. In fact, they actually had banned elections, and all the pro-energy candidates actually won those elections over anti-energy candidates. So there was a desire for economic activity to be part of economic reconciliation. And yes, there will be disagreements, but at the same time, you have elected bands saying, yes, we want this to happen. But we do have to listen to all voices as well.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Wow, thank you to my colleagues for the reception. I really appreciate it. And I know that we were all disappointed to learn that the member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock's time expired. I know he had much more to contribute, Madam Speaker, but it's an honor for me to be able to rise and speak to such an important topic here this morning. So, as has been highlighted in the discussion thus far, Madam Speaker, we know that food insecurity is a challenge right across the country with inflationary spending from this NDP Liberal government with their carbon tax, adding to the cost of living. People right across the country from coast to coast to coast are struggling to get by, struggling to afford to put food on the table and afford to put healthy food on the table, Madam Speaker, which is an important distinction. It's one thing just to be able to afford some food, but to be able to afford healthy food that and culturally appropriate food in many cases has become a struggle. It's why we've seen, unfortunately, 2 million Canadians that are visiting a food bank in a single month. Every month, 2 million Canadians, if not more, in recent statistics, it might be even higher, are visiting a food bank. 18% of families across the country are reporting food insecurity, Madam Speaker. This is really an affordability crisis across the country. Much of it is of the creation of this NDP Liberal government with their inflationary policies, with their carbon tax that is a tax on everything, on the farmers that are making the food, on the truckers that are shipping the food, and on the individuals who are buying the food, Madam Speaker. In fact, in 2024, a typical family is going to have to spend $700 more on groceries as a result of this government's policies. But as the report that we're discussing today has highlighted, this is an issue that is even greater in northern communities across the country, and that includes in Northern Ontario and in communities that I represent in the Northwest. Madam Speaker, there are 42 First Nations in my district that I represent, many that have no year-round road access, Madam Speaker, so it becomes a challenge in terms of being able to deliver goods to those communities, especially food and healthy food that doesn't have a long shelf life, Madam Speaker. So communities in the north, what are they relying on? They're relying on winter roads, which are not always predictable, depending on the weather that you're getting. They're relying on a barge to go around from the northeast, around the corner to northwest Ontario. They're relying on aircraft, which of course with the carbon tax and with the so-called clean fuel regulations, the second carbon tax on top of it, it's getting more and more expensive to operate aircraft as well, Madam Speaker, not to mention the pilot shortage. We could go on and on the issues that this government has created, but it all adds to the added cost of living for northern communities. And then we look, of course, further north to the territories, where I understand there aren't many road access to communities. We see that those rates of food insecurity even higher. Madam Speaker, according to a report put together with Statistics Canada information by the University of Toronto, 46% of people in Nunavut live in food insecure households, and over 22% in the Northwest Territories, Madam Speaker. This is a major affordability crisis. And what's the government doing about it? Of course, they're making it worse with their inflationary policies and with their high taxes. But they have supposedly been aiming to address this through Nutrition North Canada, which is one of their flagship programs to address food insecurity in the North, Madam Speaker. And every single year, the government has been increasing funding to Nutrition North Canada. Back in 2021, they announced $163 million over 3 years to expand Nutrition North Canada. Every year the money goes up, but every year the rates of food insecurity go up, Madam Speaker. They're spending more, but getting worse results year after year, driving up the cost of living for people in the North. And that's a major issue. Clearly the program is not working. As my colleague before me mentioned, the Nutrition North Canada is not going to solve the affordability crisis when it comes to groceries across northern Canada. And there's really a number of reasons for that the report highlights. One of them, and this struck me, Madam Speaker, when I was working previously on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, the mandate of the program itself isn't even to address food security. That's something that we learned from the officials, Madam Speaker. Nutrition North Canada, the mandate was not to address food security. It doesn't make any sense. Why would that program exist, Madam Speaker? It's a subsidy. It's going to the retailers. There's a lot of concerns with the transparency of that. There are concerns that it hasn't been opened up to agricultural producers, that there hasn't been enough support for local harvesting or the ability for food to be processed in the north as well, Madam Speaker. It's a very narrow scope, and the government continues to add more and more money into this program that is not working. Unfortunately, that is a common trend that we see with this government. We see it in Nutrition North, we see it in Indigenous Services Canada, which the government often boasts about the fact that they've dramatically increased the funding to Indigenous Services Canada, Madam Speaker, but we've seen PBO reports and Auditor General reports that highlight that the spending has not actually led to an increased ability of ISC, Indigenous Services Canada, to achieve their departmental results. It's why a number of boil water advisories continue to exist in northwestern Ontario and across the country, and it's why it's why we're seeing over and over again with this government a focus on announcements and photo ops and money that they could send to the bureaucracy instead of doing the real work to ensure that it's getting to the people that need it. In Indigenous Services Canada, Madam Speaker, something that's really concerning to me is that in the last year, through an answer to an order paper question, we found that 94% of executive staff at Indigenous Services Canada received massive bonuses, totaling over $3.6 million. Madam Speaker, they're failing to meet their targets. They're failing to deliver adequate services to Indigenous people across the country, and they're getting rewarded with bonuses. It's a slap in the face to Indigenous peoples across the country, including in the north, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Madam Speaker. More spending, leading to higher inflation, the carbon tax that is driving up the cost of living on everyone. And it's not just food that it's impacting. Of course, we're speaking about food security with this report, Madam Speaker, but it's energy as well. 1 in 5 Canadian families are now living in energy poverty. I don't have a statistic for the north off the top of my head, Madam Speaker, but I'm sure common sense would indicate that that would be even higher in the north, where it becomes even more expensive and even more necessary to have home heating, obviously, and to have that use of energy. Madam Speaker, it doesn't seem like this government gets it. They don't understand the pain that their policies are inflicting on people across the country, and in particular in the north. Either that, or maybe they just don't care, Madam Speaker. But either way, it's clear that it's time for a common sense Conservative government that's going to axe the tax to make life more affordable, to make food more affordable for people across the north, to listen to people living in the north, to ensure that we can provide the services that are needed in an efficient manner, to work towards building economic opportunities that can lead to self-determination and ensure that everyone can live in a food-secure household. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech and for the important work that we're doing at Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. Now, one of the things that we heard during this study, and what we've been hearing not only at this study, but at the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, which I was proud to attend with that colleague last year, was that climate change is impacting northern communities and coastal communities at a far greater level than everywhere else in Canada. And you know, we hear the member opposite talk about the price on pollution and the problems with carbon tax, but we're also seeing a very real situation that is happening in the north, that our communities aren't able to sustain themselves the way they have been doing since time immemorial because of climate change. And I wonder if the member opposite could talk a little bit about what climate change is impacting the north and what he heard in this study and at the United Nations about the real situation and the urgent situation that the climate crisis is causing.
Honourable for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague opposite, and he's right about the fact that climate change is impacting people in the north. And I mentioned in my speech the fact that winter road access is becoming less predictable, Madam Speaker. It's why communities are looking for alternative options to be able to get goods to the north, that they're hoping to be able to harvest more in the north, Madam Speaker. It certainly is an issue that needs to be dealt with, and it speaks to the fact that Nutrition North Canada is not going to be able to address those issues. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, what we've seen after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government is that they don't have a plan for the environment. They have a carbon tax that is driving up the cost of living while emissions continue to rise, and they're not even tracking the emissions that could be potentially prevented with this carbon tax, Madam Speaker. It's simply a tax plan, and people in the north recognize that, and they see right through it.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I've also sat with him on ENAN, and I would have liked to have heard him more on Nutrition North, which was studied in committee, and obviously it won't solve all the problems of food insecurity in the north. So I'd like to hear what he has to say about potential solutions. What could Nutrition North do better in order to provide food security in the north? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Another very important question from my colleague, and I have appreciated working with her on committee in the past. Of course, Nutrition North is not going to be the quote silver bullet that's going to be able to address this issue. And Madam Speaker, we've heard a number of concerns about the transparency of Nutrition North. There are a lot of people that don't believe it's properly being passed on, and I think that there should be some mechanisms in place for that. I think that the government also needs to look at if a similar program can bolster harvesting support in the north, supporting for food processing in the north, Madam Speaker, or perhaps even rejigging the program entirely so that it doesn't go to the retailers, but to the people themselves, or to those that are transporting the goods. We've heard a number of suggestions at committee, and I think it's clear among all of that something does need to change, and I think that it's important that the government listens to the people in the north, the people that are affected by it, to know what change is going to be best for them so that we can ensure we get it right.
Question and comment. The Honourable for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I'm quickly reading through the report that was done by the 43rd Parliament, and this is not an issue that's new to me. It's quite familiar. I hear about food insecurity all the time whenever I go to my communities. I'm surprised to see that there was a recommendation in this report that the Nutrition North program be evaluated. Unfortunately, it has not been, and I wonder if the member can share his thoughts on why it would take so long to evaluate such an important program.
The Honourable for Kenora.
It's a great question, Madam Speaker. I mean, obviously, the government would have to answer that, why it's taking so long to evaluate this program. I have no idea. I think it's something that the government should have acted on before we did that report, and I would have hoped that they would have acted on it much quicker, Madam Speaker, because we heard time and time again that there are problems with this program, that there are concerns with this program, and the government, in the committee they seem to agree with us, but then afterwards they sit on their hands and don't do anything about it. In fact, they've been increasing the funding towards this program, Madam Speaker. It's all about announcements and photo ops and not results with these guys.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I think that it's suffice to say that issues of this nature are of great importance. And I believe that no matter where it is that you actually live in Canada, there's a great deal of sympathy and appreciation in terms of the cost of living in Northern Canada. Back in the days when I was an MLA, I can recall bringing forward legislation on the issue of milk because of the cost of milk in northern Manitoba, and how it is that there things like cola products were far more cheaper than being able to get milk. And albeit my bill never did pass, but it made at least the point that often when we think of up north or northern Canada, that we want as much as possible to have products that we consume on a daily basis that we virtually take for granted that become such an expensive item in northern Canada. And often it's not even a question of price, it's a question of availability. Many of the products that we have in our cities, in which we come to accept as being there whenever we walk into the grocery store, is not the case in northern Canada. You know, how many speeches have we heard, not only today but in the past, about the idea of competition? We often talk about the importance of competition. Here, whether it's Toronto, Winnipeg, Vancouver, smaller communities in between, Halifax, virtually throughout the country, we often talk about the importance of competition. Well, one of the reasons why we talk about the competition, Madam Speaker, is because through competition you get better selection, you get better prices, and so forth. Well, those same principles do not apply to northern Canada. In northern Canada, you have one grocery chain, virtually, that covers the far north. And it's an idea of how does that provide for having a competitive price regime. And there's a whole lot more in terms of getting the products up north that it needs to be taken into consideration. You know, I have my weekly discussions in my constituency at a local restaurant, Madam Speaker, and I can recall one individual from University of Manitoba, and he's talked about this for years, and he's gained quite a bit of support. And it's in regards to airships and the role that airships could play in terms of providing additional competition and providing resources to northern Canada. And there's now a great deal of talk about how maybe even a community like Thompson might be engaged where it could be providing services further north to ensure that there's a healthier sense of competition and choice of product, Madam Speaker. So I think more and more we need to take a look at ways in which we can ensure that there is more food security, more choice, and obviously a better price point on the types of products that people living in the north are having to deal with on a day in and day out basis. I recognize that. I think a vast majority of Canadians understand the issue and would like to see more done in that file. And the government has moved forward significantly when we talk about the issue of reconciliation. So I want to, before I get into more details on that, Madam Speaker, to highlight something that took place yesterday that I made reference to, and what we're witnessing again today. Members that came into the House this morning were anticipating that we were going to actually be talking about childcare. That was the actual agenda item for the House of Commons to be able to talk about today. And it's somewhat disappointing, given the very nature of the debates that we've been having over the last couple of days, that the Conservative Party has chosen to talk about this issue without giving any notice whatsoever to other members outside of their own caucus. So on the one hand, you have a Conservative opposition that wants to be able to highlight a particular issue, yet it doesn't tell anyone what it is that it wants to be able to debate. And that does put some limitations. I know others that maybe would have liked to have been able to contribute to the debate, maybe haven't been afforded the opportunity because of availability, other agenda items, and so forth, Madam Speaker. If this issue was so important to the Conservative Party, why would they not have brought in an opposition day motion related to the report, Madam Speaker? Related to the concerns that they have. You know, it was interesting, the member that spoke prior talked about the Nutrition North program. And he even indicated in his comments, Madam Speaker, that the government has constantly been increasing the financial resources to the program. So you even have members of the Conservative Party making reference to the fact that we have continued to increase the funding to it. And I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that there would have been a number of issues that we could have raised in the form of a opposition day, because then everyone's got the appropriate time and notice so that there's specific members that would like to be able to address the issue are in a better position to be able to do so, Madam Speaker. So that we could actually come back with hard numbers in terms of what has actually been invested in that particular program, Madam Speaker. Because there are numerous departments that deal with Indigenous leaders and communities of the North. So I would ultimately argue that they have done a disservice, the Conservative Party, in two ways. In one way, in terms of underestimating the importance of this very issue by the manner in which that they've brought it forward. So it's disrespectful to the issue at hand that they're wanting to debate. The second thing that they've done at the same time is they've prevented a debate from occurring that members of this House were anticipating was going to be debated, Madam Speaker. That being childcare. Now, I made reference to the fact that, look, yesterday we were talking about the processes and what takes place on the floor of the House of Commons. And the Conservatives were complaining that they're going to actually have to sit beyond 6 p.m., Madam Speaker, in order to debate government agendas. That they didn't want to sit late in the evenings. And I had argued yesterday that we needed to be able to have the time to be able to have those debates because of the games that were being played by the Conservative Party, by bringing in concurrence reports in order to prevent debate on government legislation, Madam Speaker. I highlighted that yesterday. I've raised that issue before, and once again, we see the Conservative Party playing that destructive role here on the floor of the House of Commons. They're saying that they do not want to talk about childcare here today, even though that was supposed to be what we were supposed to be talking about, Madam Speaker. And then they took an issue that is so serious and without any notice to other members, they bring it forward in an expectation. And I'm going to wind up my remarks because I do want to get to debate. I do want to get to debate, but suffice to say, on that point, just to highlight one thing. When you think of the issue at hand that's been raised, think of the Department of Agriculture, Agri-Food, Canadian Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency, Employment and Social Development Canada, Environment and Climate Change Canada, Indigenous Services Canada, Infrastructure Canada, Public Health Agency of Canada, not to mention the many different Indigenous groups that are out there that want to be able to participate in the discussion, and the Conservatives took this opportunity, in essence, to mock the issue, to take advantage of an issue in order to prevent the government agenda of dealing with childcare, and that is an area that needs to be debated. The legislation needs to be passed, Madam Speaker, and that is the reason why I would move, second by the member from Cloverdale Langley City, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. The Conservatives.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Alda, move that the House now proceed to the orders of the day. Si un député participant en personne désire...
If a member participating in person.
Speaker, I'd like to request a recorded division.
Call in the members.
Seriously, we're going to have to wait now? They're going to go to a vote? It's ridiculous. What do you guys think about what they're talking about? I don't know what Kevin's talking about. He's just rambling on about a bunch of crap. They're supposed to be talking about the Child Care Act right now. I don't know what they're... or who brought this motion forward. It's not on the agenda. Anyone new to the channel, please like and subscribe. That'll help the channel grow. Yeah, it's our money, hard work, yeah. You know, they should have a specific day that they vote on things. Because I find they waste a tremendous amount of time every day on just various random votes. Nope, liberals don't want to talk about anything. Well, why don't I go and I'll just drag you guys with me and we'll go to a committee or something while we're waiting instead of sitting here for, you know, however long, 26 minutes while we wait for them to vote on whatever they're voting on. Do you guys just want to go to a committee? Let me know in the comment. All right, I'm just going to look for whatever committees we got going on here. Ethics Committee, that's locked, so you can't watch that. Finance Committee. Agriculture. These start at 11, so they're 14 minutes in now. We have let's go to the opioid epidemic, toxic drug crisis in Canada. We'll try that one.
Briefly, safer supply programs. In these programs, hydromorphone tablets are dispensed to high-risk opiate users, sometimes in combination with opiate agonist treatment. Several studies have found that these programs are associated with a reduced risk of overdose. However, safer supply has not been directly compared to opiate agonist treatment with respect to overdose rates or rates of injection-related infections. The programs typically dispense hydromorphone tablets as a take-home medication. Patients are sometimes prescribed 30 to 40 tablets per day to take home. Safer supply patients can sell these tablets, which is called diversion, or they can inject them. Diversion of take-home hydromorphone tablets appears to be common based on clinicians' reports from patients and families, media reports, and qualitative studies. Diversion has been a major factor in other drug epidemics, including the OxyContin epidemic of the 90s and early 2000s. Reports indicate that hydromorphone tablets are being sold not just to people who use fentanyl, but to youth and to people on opiate agonist therapy. Hydromorphone tablets are very inexpensive, and even high school children can afford them. Criminal gangs are clearly involved, and these tablets are now being sold in remote communities. Researchers in Canada have not looked at the harms of diversion of take-home hydromorphone tablets, but earlier research have found that youth who used diverted prescription opiate tablets were at higher risk for subsequently injecting the tablets and higher risk for switching to heroin. I personally have had patients who switch from diverted hydromorphone tablets to fentanyl. Fentanyl is also inexpensive, and it produces a more sustained euphoria and withdrawal relief than the tablets. Unsupervised injection of hydromorphone tablets is also a serious problem. Evidence indicates that injection of prescription opiates increases the risk of life-threatening bacterial infections such as endocarditis. There are several practical and evidence-based strategies that safer supply programs can undertake to improve the safety of their programs for patients and the public. One strategy is to dispense hydromorphone tablets under supervision. Research has shown that supervised dispensing of opiate agonist medications markedly reduces the harms of diversion and unsupervised injection while having minimal impact on treatment retention rates. Another strategy is to combine hydromorphone with optimal doses of opiate agonist medications. Opiate agonist medications are long-acting and thus more effective at relieving withdrawal symptoms than hydromorphone tablets. OAT will also reduce the need to prescribe large numbers of hydromorphone tablets.
I'm sorry, your time is up, Dr. Kahan. I'm sorry, your time is up. If you could just finish your sentence, but your time is up.
Sorry. Oh, okay. I'm basically done. Thank you very much.
So, Dr. Nutsky.
In St. Paul's Hospital, Canfor Chair in HIV/AIDS Research at the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University. I'm also senior author on a study evaluating BC's risk mitigation guidance, what I'll call RMG, and what was later termed prescribed safer supply, which was published in the British Medical Journal in January of this year. I'll focus my opening statement on this study as I know it's of interest to this committee. The study was conducted at a true provincial scale.
I'm sorry, there's no interpretation.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Il n'y avait pas d'interprétation.
No, there wasn't any interpretation, but the problem has been resolved. Thank you. So you can go ahead. Thank you.
Are we ready? Yeah. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to attend this meeting. My name is Boran Nosik, and I'm a professor in St. Paul's Hospital, Canfar Chair in HIV/AIDS Research at the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University. I'm also senior author on a study evaluating BC's risk mitigation guidance, what I'll call RMG, and which was later termed prescribed safer supply, and which was published in the British Medical Journal in January of this year. I'll focus my opening statement on this study as I know it's of interest to this committee. This study was conducted at a true provincial scale using BC's linked health administrative data sets. My research team has specialized in the use of these data over the past 17 years and has been supporting the province's response to the overdose crisis since its declaration. In its first 18 months, just under 6,000 of the estimated 250,000 opioid and psychostimulant users in British Columbia accessed the program. These 6,000 included just over 5,000 people with an opioid use disorder, of whom we estimate there are over 100,000 in British Columbia. Those accessing the program tended to have long histories of substance use disorders, were socially marginalized, and were at high risk of overdose death. As the program was designed to reduce the risk of overdose and death among recipients, we focused on these outcomes to determine whether the initiative had its desired effect. We otherwise focused on the immediate effects of RMG dispensations, given the fact that, like birth control pills or insulin for diabetes or even opioid agonist treatment, their effects should only be expected to persist while in use. As the guidance was issued provincially and on an emergency basis at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, a randomized control trial was not possible. As such, a population-based study using extensive linked health administrative data represents the best possible study design. Moreover, we executed the study to the highest possible methodological standard. As noted, it was recently published in one of the highest impact medical journals. The intended mechanism of the RMG program was to separate individuals from the toxic illicit drug supply. Our findings suggest this mechanism was realized. People had lower risk of death while they were receiving RMG dispensations, and more frequent receipt was associated with a stronger protective effect. That's a crucial piece of evidence. It's what we call a dose-response effect, and it's one of the key conditions that we look for in a causal effect in epidemiology. These effects were independent of any concurrent opioid agonist treatment prescription or other potential confounding factors that were apparent at baseline or which may have changed over the course of time after individuals initiated RMG. These effects otherwise held true whether we consider drug-related or all-cause mortality, and we found comparable effects for stimulant RMG dispensations, though far fewer people received them, and so there was a greater degree of uncertainty in these findings. The risk mitigation guidance has been a controversial program, drawing criticism within BC and across. These effects were independent of any concurrent opioid agonist treatment prescription or other potential confounding factors that were apparent at baseline or which may have changed over the course of time after individuals initiated RMG. These effects otherwise held true whether we consider drug-related or all-cause mortality, and we found comparable effects for stimulant RMG dispensations, though far fewer people received them, and so there was a greater degree of uncertainty in these findings. The risk mitigation guidance has been a controversial program, drawing criticism within BC and across Canada since its implementation, long before our study's publication. Scholarly debate, that is debate based not on ideology or anecdote, but on scientific evidence, is a useful and constructive part of the decision-making process. In that spirit, our team systematically and with additional analysis and evidence addressed each of the critiques we received after our study was released via a public presentation delivered on February 7th, which has been posted online. I've made this presentation and all other peer-reviewed articles and reports that I'll be referring to available to the committee. I think we need some time for the French translation to come through. To summarize, our study demonstrated that for the relatively few people who were able to access it, the RMG program, or Prescribed Safer Supply, saved lives. Moving forward, we hope these facts and the lives of some of the most vulnerable Canadians are sufficiently considered and will inform debate and decisions about this intervention, one of a continuum of different services that we require to address the opioid crisis. Thank you.
Merci, Dr. Nozick.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nozick. Now, 5 minutes. Dr. Goyer, over to you. Hello.
Of myself in English, but my talk in French. I'm happy to take questions in English or French, whatever works best. So first, thank you for having me here. Thank you also in the name of my patients who are dying very regularly. I'm happy to see that we are all on the same boat together now, trying to find solutions together. Very important for me and my patients. I'm an all addiction doctor now. I've been doing that for 20 years as an in and outpatient doctor. I have a master in public health and a certificate in added competence in addiction medicine. I am the chief of addiction and homelessness medical services in downtown Montreal. And I've been working for many years now in a low threshold opioid use disorder clinic. So I'm an OAT prescriber, I'm a safer supply prescriber, and also I am the director of the ESCODI team, which would resemble maybe of what you know about BCCSU or Metaphy in Ontario. What we do in my team is offer clinical tools and build guidelines for the whole Quebec province. I'm also a co-searcher for CRISM, and I have the chance to work abroad with doctors of the world to help implementing OAT in low threshold countries. Ce que je souhaite vous dire aujourd'hui
Today, I would like to deal with two topics that are very much related. First of all, as a doctor, I'd like to be clear on diagnosis before treatment. And currently in 2024, there is a contamination of the illegal supply, and the problems are related to illegal consumption and the contamination of the illegal market. I would like you to see the image of an iceberg in your head, and so there are different levels of rates of death, and we know that we have to underscore the problems, but we must not hesitate to act. We have to go forward with things that work, access to treatment, and drugs like methadone, or treatments and approaches like safer supply. We could talk about we don't really do safer supply. We do medical prescriptions based on the decisions of clinicians in a clinic, from experts. And what works? Supervised injection, supervised consumption material, naloxone, drug analysis and checking. And we have to have these services now everywhere. And in 2024, it's not normal that most addicts do not have access to treatments. And in most prisons in the province, there is not access to this kind of treatment. And this is a failure of Canadian medicine if we are not able to provide these services, and including Naloxone. That's the top of the iceberg. But what's hiding below the surface? My colleague, Dr. Nishka, said, who are the ones dying from drug abuse? And it's the social determinants of health that we have to take into account. We have a health system which is not very accessible and not really universal. We are in an upside-down health system. The sickest people, those that have the most health problems, that have the greatest needs, that are the homeless, First Nations. Those should be the first ones to have access to these integrated and comprehensive services. And we will have to ask ourselves the question, and why is that not the case now, given the crisis that we're facing? It's the problem of stigmatization of these users, and also there has to be a framework of public policies and services. We have to be creative, innovative, and we have to reimagine public health policies. We have to decriminalize. We have to ensure that the conditions that have led to this crisis do not continue, and that drug users are not still marginalized. And so, above all, we have to deal with and provide services for those who are the most vulnerable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Noyes. So I'm going to suspend. This is for the witnesses. We're going to suspend about 20-25 minutes so that MPs will be able to go to
well, that ended abruptly.
Documents, the Trudeau government's own documents. It says here on page 142, Winnipeg lab scientist Dr. Chu, pathogens unit, the top person in that job. According to documents on a realistic and credible threat to Canada's economic security when conducting repeated and clandestine meetings with foreign entities, end quote. Then it says Dr. Chu conducted joint research with the Major General Chen Wei of the People's Liberation Army, who, according to page 236, is a noted top virologist at the Academy of Military Medical Sciences and is China's chief biological defense expert engaged in research related to biosafety, biodefense, and bioterrorism. Bioterrorism, end quote. These are documents. This is right out of the government's own documents. Trudeau, what did he do when he found out about this? Did he immediately inform Canadians of the breach? Did he fire anybody? No, no one was fired. Did he call inquiry to get to the bottom of it? No, he didn't do that either. Instead, he covered it all up. He defied 4 parliamentary orders to release these documents. When the Speaker tried to get them, he sued the Speaker to cover this up. He said it was all for national security, but now we know from a committee composed of 4 members of Parliament, including 1 Liberal, and 3 judges, and I quote, the information appears to be mostly about protecting the organization from embarrassment for failures in policy and implementation, not legitimate national security concerns, and its release is essential to hold the government to account. In other words, there was no national security reason why we couldn't have had this before. It was only because Trudeau didn't want the embarrassment before an election. So what did he do then? He collaborated, knowing this, he collaborated with Beijing to buy a vaccine for COVID. Could you imagine if the deal that Trudeau wanted to sign with Beijing had gone ahead and we had procured China-made vaccines after learning this information? That's what was in this guy's head. And if you think for a minute, because I know there'll be all kinds of excuses, well, he's not responsible and how could he possibly take ownership of what happens in his government? Let me quote him. Here's a document called Open and Accountable Government. and I quote, "As a head of government, the Prime Minister has special responsibilities for national security," end quote. It's his responsibility. This is his government's lab. It's not a random university lab. It's the top lab for the Prime Minister's public health agency. And he is exclusively responsible for the machinery of government as Prime Minister of the country. So this is on Justin Trudeau. I will add one last thing. Not only did he cover it up, not only did he try to get a vaccine from China after knowing this, he called a snap election to make sure that the voting would happen before this came out. And what happened in that election? Beijing interfered to help him win it. This is a man who says he admires China's basic communist dictatorship. We cannot trust Justin Trudeau to keep our people and its country safe. We need a strong, conservative, common sense government that will root out foreign interference, protect our critical secrets and our medical research, and stand on guard for our country to keep our people and our nation safe. Thank you.
On ArriveCan, there is a report by CTV that says that there is a man who runs a company that got $8 million for ArriveCan. He is still employed by the Department of National Defense. What does that say to you?
It says to me that there's no accountability. Now that we know this, this individual should be immediately fired, and there should be an immediate police investigation of his conduct and that of the company with which he's associated, and a broader inquiry within the public service about how this contracting was allowed to go on for so long.
On the Winnipeg lab, do you think the National Microbiology Lab infectious disease researchers should be allowed to do any collaborations with China at this point?
No.
Why?
Because we know that in this instance that that our highest placed, most sensitive lab was infiltrated by people who collaborated with the People's Liberation Army, who did not reveal any of their ongoing partnerships with the regime in Beijing, and who transferred materials from our most critical lab containing our most dangerous viruses over to Beijing and worked in collaboration with the Wuhan lab. So I don't think this is the kind of collaboration we want. We should be collaborating with like-minded democracies that we can trust, not those that want to attack our interests.
So as Mr. Poilievre has said, the government's own documents have confirmed that the national security breaches at the Winnipeg lab represent a very serious and credible danger to Canada and a realistic and credible threat to Canada's economic security. As Mr. Poilievre has also said, in the government's own founding document, Open and Accountable Government, the Prime Minister alone is responsible for the machinery of government, and the Prime Minister has a special responsibility for national security. It is clear in these documents that the Prime Minister failed in his responsibility to protect the security of Canadians against a very serious threat against this country and its citizens. It's also clear that the Prime Minister failed to ensure that the machinery of government was set up in a way to ensure that these kinds of things did not happen at the Winnipeg lab. In addition to all of this, what is equally appalling is the cover-up. It was 3 years ago that we asked for these documents. In fact, as Mr. Poilievre said, the House of Commons and its two committees issued 4 orders for the production of these documents 3 years ago. It was 4 years ago that these scientists were marched out of the lab in Winnipeg. And during these last 4 years, the government covered it up. It initially, as you'll recall, tried to punt this to the NSICOP committee. And then it took the Speaker to court. And then it actually created this ad hoc committee of 4 MPs and 3 judges that took another 1.5 years to review these documents. So this has been a massive cover-up on part of this government, and it's particularly appalling in light of the fact that this is a government that came to office promising greater transparency. We have seen anything but. In fact, it has been said by information commissioners that we've seen a reversal in transparency on part of this government, probably one of the worst reversals in modern government, Canadian government history. We've also have a government here that promised to respect Parliament. And here we are, 3 years after we asked for these documents and finally starting to get some of the truth behind what happened. And so this is a damning indictment on this Prime Minister, his management of the Government of Canada, and his lack of respect for our democracy. Morning, everyone. Canadians need to know that two scientists with deep relationship with many institutions inside the People's Republic of China infiltrated Canada's top microbiology lab in Winnipeg. While there, People's Liberation Army scientists from the Academy of Military Medical Scientists, which is charged with biology-enabled weapons, were able to gain a secret security clearance which gave them unfettered and unsupervised access to the laboratory and to the computer-based science network. This is a travesty and a breach of security at the highest levels that cannot be tolerated. Aside from all this, we know very clearly that the Trudeau Liberal government wanted to cover this up, denying 4 orders of Parliament, taking the Speaker to court, and calling an unnecessary election during COVID, which of course resulted in us understanding now very clearly that there was Chinese interference in that election. Canadians need to know also that this was not a national security threat cover-up. It was a cover-up to avoid political embarrassment. This is an embarrassment to our country, and Canadians also need to know who is going to be held responsible in this Sunny Ways government. Who covered this up? Who is at the head from a political nature? Why did they cover up for so long? And when will someone such as a minister or a prime minister be held responsible on behalf of all Canadians? I thank you.
Just one more thing we just want to add to this is as we actually look at this and you think about the documents that we all took a lot of time last night going through and the cover-up that we've been going under for the last 3 years because of Justin Trudeau and his corruption and his cover-ups. We got to remember that if you look at page 97, paragraph number 5 in the CSIS document, it says, and this is where this gets really critical here when it comes to our national security, the Academy of Military Medical Sciences of the People's Liberation Army of the People's Republic of China and has offensive chemical and biological weapons capabilities. As per China's key national research and development priorities is to support national defense research projects by transforming the results of basic civil research into military applications. So although you have Justin Trudeau not at all concerned about our national security, more concerned about his political embarrassments, us as conservatives under Pierre Poilievre want to make sure that we continue to go out there and support our national security and make sure that this never happens again. We don't know exactly what materials, technology, viruses, and other biological things that are in that lab were actually turned over to the PRC and to the People's Liberation Army. We know that they're interested in weaponization. And so we cannot have these biological weapons created in China and used against us here in Canada or our allies. You want to talk about an embarrassment? This is a national embarrassment. It's an international embarrassment, and our own national security is at risk.
Let me just say that this is a national security failure on the highest level. The head of the unit at the Winnipeg lab responsible for pathogens was collaborating with the foremost expert in the PLA with respect to biodefense and bioterrorism. And through it all, the Prime Minister was less than transparent with Canadians, and he covered it up. And the question is, who bears responsibility? And the answer to that question is very simple. Justin Trudeau bears responsibility. The buck stops with Justin Trudeau. As Prime Minister, he has special responsibilities for national security. And he has a lot to answer for this colossal failure under his watch.
Devrait-il y avoir un droit de retrait pour le Québec, l'Alberta et toutes les autres provinces avec pleine compensation et sans condition sur l'assurance médicaments?
Premièrement, il faut reconnaître que c'était notre promesse du gouvernement néo-démocrate libéral. On verra ce que ça va livrer. Ils ont promis un grand programme de 80 milliards de dollars pour rendre le logement abordable et Justin Trudeau a doublé le coût de logement. Donc, nous verrons ce que le programme va livrer. Pas juste des belles paroles, des photos op et des ententes entre des deux politiciens incompétents. Il devrait pouvoir être sérieux.
They're like hounding him.
The question was the question was on Mexican visas. The Harper government put in the visa for Mexico, which all but eliminated false asylum claims from that country. When Prime Minister Harper left office, there were 250 asylum claims per year from Mexico. After Justin Trudeau got in and lifted the visa requirement, that rose to 17,000, of which only 11% were actually found to be legitimate asylum claimants. The rest were presumably illegitimate. And as a result, we have the social services and our housing market completely overwhelmed with false claimants. We called, first of all, that the visa never should have been lifted by Trudeau. He's the one that caused the chaos in our immigration system. He and he alone is to blame for it. We called for him to reverse his mistake a month ago. Finally, he has backed down to me on that demand, and I only wish that he had done it sooner. I should do that in French, en français. Évidemment, le gouvernement Harper a mis en place l'obligation de visa pour le Mexique, ce qui a presque éliminé les faux demandeurs d'asile. En fait, il y avait seulement 250 demandeurs d'asile dans la dernière année de Stephen Harper. Il y a maintenant 17 000 demandeurs d'asile. 17 000. Vous regardez les chiffres vous-même. Et dont 11% sont trouvés légitimes. Donc, l'autre 89% ne sont pas. Ça a débordé le système de services sociaux et de logement, surtout au Québec. Le Québec est à un point de rupture à cause de l'incompétence de Justin Trudeau en ce qui concerne notre système de l'immigration. C'est pour ça qu'on a demandé il y a un mois que Justin Trudeau rétablisse le visa qu'il a enlevé. Et finalement, il a cédé à la pression conservatrice pour remettre le visa. Il n'aurait jamais fait cette erreur. Et maintenant, les Canadiens en payent le prix. Il n'en vaut pas le coup. Justin Trudeau is not worth the cost.
Will you dismantle Pharmacare?
Thank you very much.
Will you dismantle Pharmacare? You are.
That looks like it's it. That's pretty wild. Well, I couldn't show you video footage, but I could at least let you listen. Now we're just waiting for them to vote to move to the next thing in the agenda. What a waste of time this is. They're literally just voting to go to orders of the day. I don't know how Justin Trudeau is still in there. He's like one of the most corrupt prime ministers, politicians, or whatever you want to call them, disgrace this country has ever seen. It's appalling and a joke to Canadian citizens that he is still in power. I don't understand how it's even allowed. And I hope to God accountability punches him in the face. Because if he just walks away, $400 million richer than what he started out at, there's something seriously wrong with this country. Oh, definitely. The virus was an attack on people, is all it was. And you know what? They said that COVID originally came from the lab in Canada and was transported, stolen, and taken over to China, and that's where it was released. So, sounds like a plan to me. It was planned. Trudeau knew about it. I think all the governments at the time knew about it, including Trump. I think they all did. Why would they delay so heavily on closing the borders? They knew that one of the deadliest viruses has leaked from a lab, and they didn't close the border on purpose. Why delay the border?
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Ms. Sidhu.
Yes.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, yay, pour.
Okay, perfect. Anybody else? Nobody on screen? Nobody ran in? Very good. The table will now compile the results of the vote. It's going to close.
Yeas pour 170, 170. Nays contre 141, 141.
I declare the motion is carried. I believe on a point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, that in relation to the consideration of the motion respecting the Senate amendment to Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada, the debate not be further adjourned.
Here, here. Just wait for a copy of that motion. Moved by the Government House Leader. Who was seconder on that? Seconded by Ms. Suds. There it is. In relation to the consideration of the motion respecting the Senate amendment to Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada, the debate not be further adjourned. So pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I'll invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise or use the raise hand function so the chair has some idea of how many members would like to participate. 2 again? Wow. All right, the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame that we hear the Liberals want to close debate on a subject matter that is impacting families across this country. In every province, in every territory, there is article after article talking about the chaos that has unleashed due to this pipe dream that the Liberals sold Canadians of $10 a day childcare. And so what we're hearing today is we are ongoing a debate, which is an opportunity in this House to bring forth the problems that are on the surface from both operators and families that they can't access childcare. And in particular, this stat, Mr. Speaker, 77% of high-income parents are accessing childcare under this Liberal childcare agreement versus 41% of low-income families. And they want to shut down debate in a time when we should be having a very robust discussion on what is wrong in this country so that we can fix it. So, through you, Mr. Speaker, how long do I have to ask the question here?
Well, normally we ask them quickly so that we can get quick answers and we can have as many interactions as we possibly can. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I guess my question through you to the Liberal Party is why? Why would they want to shut down this debate when there are families, operators, and everyone? This program is already in place. But by keeping this debate open, we are allowing to elevate the voices and hopefully correct those concerns. Why are they doing this?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and very happy to speak to that question here today. Obviously, C-35 is a bill that is critically important to families, to children, and to our partners, the provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners across this country. The bill has been very thoroughly studied, Mr. Speaker, both committee here and at Senate committee. I would add that there have been numerous days of debate here in this House as well over at the other House, both just recently in the winter and back in the fall. And I would also point out, Mr. Speaker, that at the time, all parties voted unanimously to continue to support this work. The member opposite has proposed that the system is in chaos. Well, I would rebut that, Mr. Speaker, and I would say to the member, ask the families who are benefiting from this program, thousands of families across the country who are accessing care now at least 50% of the rate, if not at $10 a day. Those families, it has been incredibly impactful, Mr. Speaker, and Rome wasn't built overnight. As we do this work together with the provinces and territories, more and more spaces are coming in line, and there'll be 250,000 new spaces as we continue to build this out with our partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a question for the government. You know, today was the day that we were supposed to be talking about the Senate amendment of M35, and the Conservatives have brought forward a concurrence debate on food security in the North, which of course is an extraordinarily important topic. The issue, though, is that they are using this as a tactic to delay a debate that's very important on childcare. And the way I know that is that the Conservatives have in fact had 10 opposition days where they could have brought forward the issue of nutrition in the North, and they have never chosen to do that. In fact, you know, when Stephen Harper was our Prime Minister, I believe that Pam Palmer, one of the Indigenous experts, had said that this Conservative government had actually set back Indigenous relations 100 years in the 10 years that they were there. So I guess my question to the government is, you know, why does the government think that the Conservative Party of Canada is so eager to stop women from coast to coast to coast from being able to access childcare, something that we know we need for women, that we need for families, and frankly, we need for our economy? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks to my honourable colleague who has asked that question. You know, I think what we are talking about here in this House is just the importance of enshrining in law a national early learning and childcare system. I think we can't understate how important this work is that we're doing here today. And what this means not only for today's parents and today's kids, but for families for generations to come. And as my colleague has pointed out, unfortunately, we have not seen the support on the other side of the House from the Conservatives in moving forward collaboratively to ensure that this system is successful for moms and dads and children across the country. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it's very disappointing how it is being positioned and how this is becoming a political hot potato, if you will. This is truly about children and about families and ensuring we do the right thing by them for generations to come.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister and my colleague for her speech. I have a question. The government adopted Motion 35 yesterday, saying that it was to promote debate, by adding hours, and that there would be a motion tabled to limit debate. There would be closure. So what's the government up to? They want to sit longer, but they want to debate less. I would like to hear what the government is up to. Why has the government decided to proceed in this way?
L'honorable ministre.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you to my colleague for the question.
This is really about moving forward this important legislation for families and children across the country, as I've already said. I think it's worth pointing out that as we have entered into agreements with the provinces and territories and we work with our partners and our Indigenous partners, they are waiting with bated breath, of course, for the certainty of this legislation. As we do that work together, as we focus on creating spaces, it's really important that that certainty is in place. I would suggest that the work we're doing today is fundamental in moving forward in a speedy way, given the amount of days of debate that we have already witnessed for this legislation, that it's incredibly important to move forward, as I said, for our partners, but of course for families and children across the country.
Questions and commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, focusing on early childhood development is crucial for building a healthy and stable civic society. And I would like to ask the Minister to touch upon the economic empowerment of women who disproportionately bear the brunt of childcare responsibilities, and the increasing participation in the workforce not only enhances the productivity of the current workforce, but also lay groundwork for future prosperity of our nation.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much to my colleague for that question, and he's absolutely right. This is not just good social policy, it's incredible economic policy. And we've seen to date the impact of that. And I think you can look back even to when Quebec first introduced this back in 1997 in Quebec. And we saw the impact just in that province alone of women's participation in the workforce. We know now here across the country that we are seeing an increase of women's participation among core-aged mothers in Canada with young children, reaching a record high at 80% last year. So we're seeing the dividends that are being paid by this investment in families and in parents here in our economy. It means more parents are able to get out into work, predominantly mothers, as was said by my colleague. And I know that these investments today will pay dividends for decades to come. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on this important topic of childcare, I think it's something really important to mention that the government actually signed agreements with provinces previous to them bringing forth legislation. So the agreements already are in place. And we are seeing the effects of those agreements. You only have to look at the headlines across the country of the crisis that the childcare system is across the country, and of all of the closures and the issues that are happening. And you know, the Liberals across the way here today are talking about the economic empowerment of women, when in fact many childcare locations are run by women entrepreneurs. Exactly. And that are licensed through provinces, and yet they are not a priority of this government. It's right in the legislation. And we're seeing the headlines across the country of how this is playing out by the government not including them and not making them a priority. So I'm wondering if the minister can speak to this, of how you can talk about economic empowerment for women and yet not have them actually as a priority in this legislation.
Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And quite the contrary to what has been presented by the member opposite, women across this country are rejoining the workforce and are benefiting from this National Early Learning and Childcare Program. As was mentioned, we entered into historic agreements, almost $40 billion of investments that we have made across this country with the provinces and territories and Indigenous partners, a commitment to create a national system, 250,000 new spaces by 2025-26. We're already seeing 82,000 new spaces creating. We've seen every province or territory get to at least 50% in fees, and 8 provinces or territories get to $10 a day. So while they may be focused on negative headlines, I'm focused on the positive headlines, and I'm focused on the impact that this has had on families across the country that I get to speak to on a weekly basis. And those stories, Mr. Speaker, are so touching. When I get to hear what this translates to, whether that's getting back into the workforce, whether that's being able to save for a child's education, these are real people, and this is real impact.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. In Quebec, we already have a system, of course, but let's just go back to the current debate. She didn't answer the question of my previous colleague. Yesterday, they wanted to add hours to debates, and now today, closure. They want to limit debate. I'm at the Federation of Francophone Communities this morning. And for Francophone women, there's a lot of concern in this bill. There's good intention to make sure that there are childcare systems that will help Francophone children in their language. It's a good intent, but I would have loved to have had a bit of a longer debate to make sure that there will be means so that Francophone children can be cared for in French outside of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I would have loved to have had a debate, but there's closure.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. For sure, this bill is essential for all families and all children throughout the country.
Critical work that we're doing here, and this is really important to families and children across this country. As I mentioned earlier, this law was studied at length here at committee and also in the other House and their committees. There's been many, many days of debate, and frankly, we need to move forward to give certainty to parents, to children, and to our partners that we continue to do the hard work with to move this legislation forward. And I want my colleague to be assured that with the amendments that have been put forward by the Senate, which are now incorporated into the legislation, that families in official language minority communities will be able to access childcare no matter where they are, in English or in French. This is a core piece of what we are doing here, and an important point to pause on and to emphasize that we are ensuring that no matter where you are, no matter your economic status, we are providing early learning and childcare that is accessible, that is inclusive, and that is high quality, affordable care in French or in English. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her important responses. It really is quite unfortunate that the Conservatives are making tactics to avoid important debate on C-35. What I very much appreciate about C-35 is that it takes a rights-based approach, and I wonder if she could share with us why the Conservatives would avoid ensuring that this bill could pass so that rights could be respected.
Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you very much, and I very much appreciate that question from my colleague. As we entered into agreements and as we worked to build this nationwide system, it was incredibly, incredibly important that we did take a rights-based approach, that we worked alongside Indigenous partners across this country, along with our provincial and territorial counterparts. And I can tell you that on the ground, it's really translating. I had the opportunity just last week to be in Northwest Territories and to meet with a number of different both operators, parents, and various groups in the territory. And it was really phenomenal to see the impact and to see culturally appropriate early learning and childcare be accessible to families. And that's something that is now a reality, building out, of course, over the next few years, but across the country. And I have to underscore how important and impactful that work is. And again, this law means that's not just for today. That's not for the kids today or the next 2 years, but that's in perpetuity, Mr. Speaker. It's really a critical piece of legislation that I think all of us in this House should be supportive of. And again, I have to say it's very disheartening to hear the Conservatives refer to the situation as chaos when we see it's really quite the opposite, and it's really quite impactful work. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we are hearing over and over again about the issues of the cost of living and what that means for daycare providers. For example, the cost of food. We've heard about issues with the access to formula. We've heard about lots of supply chain issues that are still happening today. The government can no longer blame COVID for those issues, but yet we have a program here today that's putting daycare operators at a spot where they're operating at a constant loss, and it is forcing people to close because they're going bankrupt because they can't afford to buy the food, they can't afford to pay the wages, they can't afford to buy the supplies that are needed for their system. And right now we have a bill that does nothing to address those particular issues. So what does the government have to say about those kinds of flaws in their system? It's great to say that it's only going to cost $10 a day, but the reality is that these places can no longer afford to stay open.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's be clear. What we are doing here today is passing into legislation the Early Learning and Childcare Act. And this is a framework. This is based on the principles of high quality, inclusive, accessible, affordable childcare. What my colleague is referring to is the mechanics of our agreements with the provinces and territories in which funding flows, in which we have made a $30 billion investment with the provinces and territories to roll this program out across the country. And as we make those investments and as the provinces and territories have signed those agreements, they have done so with eyes wide open, realizing the expectations and the commitments that they are making not only to us as the federal government, but to the families within their province or their territory. Absolutely, there have been challenges along the way. This is a brand new system, and we are all doing it with the best of intentions and the best of efforts. And of course, there have been some challenges, and inflation is one point, of course, to recognize. However, the provinces and territories are very well aware of the expectations of the commitments and the importance of what we are doing together. And I would point to Alberta, who just most recently acknowledged the need to sit back down with operators and review their funding formula and to provide cash advances to address some of the cash flow issues that operators were having in that province. Provinces and territories, it is at their discretion how they roll this out. The mechanics is with them, Mr. Speaker, as to how they fund their operators. And I encouraged ongoing dialogue, of course, and the federal government is here to support those conversations and that work. But it is ultimately their responsibility, as they choose it to be, of course, as they want it to be, to then, of course, move that forward with their operators in their province or territory.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her intervention. Here's the thing, though. We talk about how a national child care strategy benefits women. I totally agree, and I find it troubling how the Conservatives are trying to stall the legislation. However, where's the worker strategy? If we want to talk about being a feminist government, we know that the majority of ECE workers are women, primarily from immigrants and other BIPOC communities. But we know a national childcare strategy will never work without a worker strategy. So I'm wondering why her government continues to fail workers, continues to fail care workers who are primarily women, to ensure they have livable wages, pensions, and benefits, so that it's financially feasible for others to want to pursue a career in early childhood education. It's one thing to talk about being a feminist government. It's another thing to be a feminist government by supporting a workforce that's primarily being housed by women. So thank you. I look forward to her response through you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. We've had some great discussions about this bill over the last number of months, and I appreciate her commitment to the workforce. And we are also very committed to the early childhood educator workforce. And in saying that, Mr. Speaker, we are working with the provinces and territories at our FPT table, federal, provincial, territorial table, to bring forward a workforce strategy to better support the ECEs. Of course, this work needs to come through the provinces. Again, we have made a $30 billion commitment, but then it is on to the provinces and territories to then implement within their jurisdiction. We are seeing some success, of course, to date. I was in Nova Scotia a few weeks ago, and we're seeing in Nova Scotia's most recent action plan that we've just finished negotiating and signing, a commitment to a wage grid, increase in wages, and a first ever pension and benefits plan in that province. We're seeing other provinces do similar efforts. There is absolutely more that needs to be done. I will caveat, of course, we are roughly 2 years into these agreements, and it is our expectation that the provinces do the work to make sure that they make the investments in the workforce so that we have these talented, caring, passionate individuals to continue to do the important work of caring for our little ones.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last 8.5 years, we have introduced programs like Canada Child Benefit. We have got the Canada Dental Care. We have reformed the Canada Pension Plan. We have got the Canada Workers Benefit. We have reduced the retirement age from 67 to 65. I would like to ask the Minister how this legislation joins other stuff that we have done in creating a very stable and healthy Canadian society, and why the stable Canadian society is required so that we can achieve the economic growth that is needed for our country.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. Undoubtedly, this government has done more for families and for women than any other government in history, and I'm incredibly proud to be part of that government and part of that work. This legislation, C-35, is rightly put just one piece of that hard work that we have done to support women and families. I look to the Canada Child Benefit, a program that families can rely on each and every month like clockwork to support them, to deposit funds into their bank account for whatever the needs of their family may be that month, whether it be additional shoes for Johnny, extracurricular activities or savings for their post-secondary education. We've been there for families, and we've demonstrated that not only with this legislation, but with others, as was pointed to the Canada Child Benefit, among many other programs. I point to the Canada Dental Benefit most recently, PharmaCare, which of course was just recently announced. We continue to do the hard work to introduce incredible social policy that is also really, really smart economic policy that enables parents to get into the workforce, to support them in their day-to-day challenges, because we all know raising kids is not easy work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot today from the minister, and I think it's unfortunate that by pointing out the facts of the hardships and the chaos that has ensued, that she wants to just look at the toxic positivity or gaslight the operators and families that are truly suffering. There are people benefiting from this program, but there are more people not benefiting. And I think one of the things that is interesting is she says Rome wasn't built in a day. But the reality is, based on the sustainability of how this $10 a day childcare has been set up by the Liberals, this will be destroyed within 5 years because the sustainability is not in place. You have infant care programs shutting down. You have centers that are robbing Peter to pay Paul because they can't afford. Their fees have been capped. For people at home, any business owner knows this. Their fees have been capped. So now they cannot increase their fees, but the costs have went up. So my question to the minister is, what is the funding coming to fund this? Because every province and every territory says they need more money. Where are they going to get that money from?
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really glad to sit on this side of the House where we invest in families and we continue to do the hard work. We recognize that from day one, it's not going to be perfect and not everyone is going to access it. But that doesn't mean we abandon it. That doesn't mean we stop. It means we work harder, Mr. Speaker. This is important work. And so, to the member opposite, I rose-colored glasses. I really wish and hope for you that you can see the light in the work that is happening here. Undoubtedly, this creating a national child care system, this is about families. This is about investing in our children. And she speaks of the funding formulas. I've shared, this is a $30 billion investment on our part. The funding formulas are the responsibilities of the provinces and territories. And where there are challenges, as we most recently saw in Alberta, guess what? They sat down with the operators and they figured it out. And they put forward advances to recognize their cash flow issues. They're renegotiating their funding formula. This is the work of the provinces, Mr. Speaker. We're there to support them. We're there to help fund with $30 billion but ultimately they need to do that work. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, it is just so incredibly unbelievable to me that we have folks like those on the Conservative benches who continue to throw shade and to discourage those who are doing the hard work, the operators, the families that are dropping their children off day in and day out, when really we need to focus on getting the work done together.
Point of order, the honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Just asking, in response to the minister, to have unanimous consent to table the documents to show that there are not more women entering the workforce under the child care.
I'm hearing a number of no's already. It is my duty, mon devoir.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and to put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows.
Seconded by Ms. Sudds. Move that in relation to the consideration of the Senate amendment to Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada, the debate not be further adjourned. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a recorded division.
Call in the members.
And here we go again.
clearly involved in the drug trade, you're going to have diversion and it's going to harm people. So have supervised hydromorphone, supervised methadone, supervised injection opiate agonist therapy. That's what's needed. In terms of rural communities, it really is a very bad situation. At least in Ontario, some of the OAT providers are these large corporate chains that do not provide high quality care. Even physicians that want to do good care have limited access to case management and mental health resources. And some rural communities have no OAT at all. Some pharmacies neglect or refuse to dispense OAT. That is a problem, and I think it's very unfortunate that SUAP has put all their resources into safer supply, yes, and other initiatives while downplaying opiate agonist treatment. And I think that needs to be changed. There needs to be a balanced approach.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do appreciate how you, in your presentation, you've been very clear and educative in your presentation as well, because you've talked in language that Canadians can listen to, as opposed to the researchers. And that's what I think people that are watching this meeting want to hear. They want to hear it in their language, not in researchers or technology. And while I may understand it, there are others who don't. And so I appreciate those comments. You know, one of the things that was brought up in our last meeting was on talking about the issues of of dealing with pain and what I learned back many, many years ago was 3 steps dealing with basically psychology, and physical. And those 3 aspects need to be addressed when dealing with patients. And so I'm wondering, Dr. Goyer, if you would, on that point, if you could maybe, I realize you have very little time, but if your thoughts along those lines, please.
When we want to deal with complex problems like dependency or pain, of course, there can be a place for pharmacology, but there have to be complex responses to complex situations. So you have to have a wraparound care for dependency and for clinical treatment. And I think that the pharmacological approach is one thing. You can offer therapies, ensure access to psychological services, and also have multidisciplinary teams.
I'd like to move a motion as amended.
Sure. Go ahead, Dr. Kitchen.
So I'd like to move a motion that the committee invite the Minister of Health and the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to appear each for 1-hour meeting on the Supplementary Estimate C for the fiscal year 2023-2024, and that the ministers appear before the end of the current supply period, March 26, 2024.
Thank you very much.
I assume it's in order, this motion. So is that the motion that was put on notice?
Dr. Ellis's motion as amended.
Amended to add.
Just give us the motion. So, colleagues, the difficulty, of course, was that since I'm sitting here, I was the one who moved the motion. It makes it incredibly difficult for that to continue. Colleagues, we all know that the bells are ringing at the current time. In order to continue this committee, we would need unanimous consent to do so. My concern, of course, is if we do not do that, that will effectively be the end of the meeting, given the amount of time to get to the chamber vote and then come back. So I am at your service as the chair of the committee. Is that the will of the committee to continue? Yes. Very well. Thank you, witnesses, for understanding that there is a bit of machinery in motion here. So appreciate that. So just so everyone's clear, the bells are ringing in the House. There will be a vote after that. I suspect that that will probably be the end of the meeting with respect to timing, but we'll see when that comes. And at this moment, then, Madame Brière, vous avez la parole pour. No, I already said no. Madame Brière, vous avez la parole pour 5 minutes.
Madame Brière, you have the floor. 6 minutes.
Very well, Dr. Kitchen.
I believe I think if you canvass the room, you would see that there's unanimous consent to make that amendment.
That's fine. Colleagues, I think you heard Dr. Kitchen's amendment. The problem, of course, is that I had moved the motion originally, and if there's unanimous consent, we can obviously be the masters of our own destiny, and if there is, I see heads nodding. Yes, there is unanimous consent. Very well. Thank you, Dr. Kitchen. Great. Après ça, Madame Brière, vous avez la parole.
Now, Madame Brière, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'm a very bad chair, obviously, and I apologize for that because we didn't vote on it. We moved it and then didn't vote on it. So, see, there's a lot of machinery on the go. Yes, very well. So the clerk has an excellent suggestion. If Dr. Kitchen, if you could reread the motion, that would be very helpful.
Thank you. That the committee invite the Minister of Health and the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions to appear each for a 1-hour meeting on the Supplementary Estimate C for the fiscal year 2023-2024, and that the ministers appear before the end of the current supply period, March 26, 2024.
So we've all heard the text of the motion, and it appears to be in order since we've had unanimous consent to move that. Do we have consent around the table that this is appropriate at the current time? It looks like we have consent. Great. Okay, motion adopted. Thank you very much. Now that I've finally got all that out of the way, we can move back to the original business. And pour la troisième fois, Madame Brière, vous...
And for the third time, Madame Brière, you have 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your patience.
Merci beaucoup à tous.
Thank you very much to our witnesses, Dr. Goyer. We've heard that in the testimony that diversion is because of unsatisfied demand. And what are the reasons for this type of diversion? And does that have any effect on the list of medications paid for by the public health system? So I'm going to come back to the meaning of diversion, because and the aspect for diagnosis and treatment. And if you prescribe in safe supply, there will people say that there will automatically be a diversion. I would say there are very few safe supply programs and very little supervised prescription. And I think this goes back to the issue of the stigma associated with safe supply, whereas there is a great deal of prescription, great deal of variety. There are people that go off with a month supply for pain and things like that. So the situation is not very clear for me. And I also think that there is some prejudice associated with this idea that drug addicts would automatically try to resell any drugs they might get. And secondly, as for the drug users, often there is not enough treatment available, and the drug addicts try to help each other. And when they're in withdrawal, or when they don't have access to drugs, or when the pharmacy is closed, remember that many pharmacies refuse as well to provide opioid treatments or drugs. And I think this is one of the situations there can be diversion. And the idea where it can then be offered to children. I think that it's very dangerous to take political decisions on fear rather than on science and on reality. But if there is a great deal of diversion, who are these children and what are we afraid of? We're afraid of death for these children, or that they might become drug addicts themselves. So what can we do with children who take opioids and die? They have died, though, from illegal contaminated drug supplies. There's just been a child who died in Quebec recently who thought he was just taking X drug, and in fact there was a very deadly substance that he took. So there are no real prescription drugs that are in the hands of young people. And who are the people who sell to children? And they don't have prescribed drugs. If they don't have prescribed drugs, they sell, in fact, illegal drugs. And so for me, it just comes back to the same two questions. What are we going to do with our illegal drug supply? That's the problem right now that is causing these deaths. And the second question is, how can we ensure that that there was diversion to children, if that really existed, how can we decide or know who becomes dependent? It's not the recreational users, it's the people who are in fertile ground based on traumatisms, health problems, mental health problems, poverty, access to housing. We always come back to the same facts. And so let's try and find a treatment that targets the illegal market and the social determinants of health. That would be my response. Thank you very much. My next question with regard to the recreational drug users. We've also heard last Monday that from the opposition that you use safe supply and that type of treatment. Do you think there are doctors who would prescribe fentanyl to people who are not already dependent on possibly contaminated drugs or unsure drugs? Sorry, Dr. Goyer, can you possibly provide that reply in writing and send it to us if possible?
Le temps c'est fini.
We don't have any more time for you to answer. Would it be possible? Would it be possible for you to send your response in writing? Thank you very much.
Obviously wasn't here during the last vote. My question to you now is there is 15 minutes that exist before the time to vote is. The question is I understand last time you left here with 10 minutes left. Is that still the will of what people want to do? I see general agreement. Great. That will give us 2.5 minutes each from Mr. Thériault and Mr. Johns. Mr. Thériault, vous avez la parole pour 2 minutes et demie.
Merci. Mr. Thériault, over to you. Thank you very much. If I can sum up. So we find ourselves faced with a crisis of illicit drug supply, contaminated drugs, an unprecedented crisis. And as we've seen, not far from us, there have been overdoses, deaths, and Dr. Goyer, you said that we can see that those who die, I mean, what you said earlier were those who are the most vulnerable, who are facing other crises as well. And so we have to deal with the social determinants of health. This is a reality, a cultural reality. And then there's the illegal market, and there's I think we're not doing enough to fight the illegal market. But if we try to look at the resources, and if there's an unprecedented public health crisis, I think we have to go where the people are, and I think we have to multiply interventions in the field where they are. The multidisciplinary team must go where the problems are and where the people are, and not just waiting for people to come to the doctor and get treated. What do you think? I quite agree. What you're talking about is the principle of a sudden you have to identify the population that you want to identify. Where are they? What are their needs? And how can we reduce all the barriers to them getting to the health system? And you said you have to go out, you have to be outreach, go to meet the people, work with community organizations that know this clientele well. But that means there are so many obstacles, geographic obstacles and financial obstacles, and what's covered, what's not covered, what services, and also there are also moral obstacles and the obstacles of stigmatization. Often people feel that they're not welcome or well treated in health services, and we also have to include people who aren't ready to stop taking drugs quickly or even at all. So there are people. Imagine the terrible suffering there would be if people did not have access to drugs to help them deal with their situations and their suffering. So if there are people who are ready to stop using drugs immediately, we can't just talk about them. We have to talk about the whole spectrum of drug users and deal with the problems, drug use and safe supply. All that must exist together. Thank you very much, Goyer. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Thériault.
Dr. Nozick, we've heard many anecdotes about diversion, particularly to children. We haven't heard that from law enforcement. But can you comment on this as someone conducting research in BC on prescribed safer supply?
Sure, thank you. We've heard statements and anecdotes of diversion, yet in British Columbia, opioid use disorder incidences remain constant since 2020, since the Safer Supply program was implemented. And that's true for those under 19 and overall. Moreover, and I want to stress this again, hydromorphone was detected in just 3% of all overdose-related deaths in 2022, albeit as one component of a number of substances implicated in toxicology rather than the primary drug implicated in the overdose. On the other hand, fentanyl was implicated in over 80% of all overdose deaths, most commonly the primary substance indicated in toxicology reports. Make no mistake, the overdose crisis in BC is driven by fentanyl and its increasingly potent analogs.
How widely has Safer Supply been implemented in British Columbia? And it often seems from the media on this that it's a huge problem, but really is it? And has there been enough capacity? And you're going to have about a minute left of this whole meeting to respond.
No, it was the implementation was very limited. A lot of prescribers chose not to prescribe, and many of those who did chose to add it on to OAT as opposed to offering it as a distinct option. It was primarily prescribers located in Vancouver and Victoria who prescribed these RMG medications, at least in the first 18 months. These prescribers serve larger and more severe caseloads of people with substance use disorders. Nurse prescribers participated as well. Prescribers with a background in psychiatry were less likely to participate. And already by the end of our study period, by August 2021, we saw prescription start to dissipate. Our qualitative research, and I'll highlight that I work with a range of investigators from UVic and the BC Centre for Disease Control. A qualitative study from our team highlighted barriers to access in rural regions, criminalization, and indication that the substances prescribed in many cases were insufficient and didn't entirely eliminate reliance on the drug supply.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johns. Colleagues, we are at the time as we suggested. I would suggest that if we went and voted and came back, we would probably run out of time. Is it the will of the room to adjourn the meeting? And if that would be the will, then great. And if not, please let me know. I see. Is there a motion there?
I think that you know my preference, Mr. Chair, that we
I do not actually, so
I'll help you. I would hope that we could vote from here and keep going. This is an important study, and we could run right till 1:30, and we could try to get a lot of questions in on these very important witnesses.
So in order to do that, we would need unanimous consent, and I do not believe we do that. Do have unanimous consent.
Have you asked for that?
I've heard no's already.
From who?
Well, I don't think I need to tell you, but I've heard it, yes. Yep, so Mr. Kitchen's going to exercise his vote, his will to vote in person. So, colleagues, as I said, with someone going to vote in person, I would suggest to you that we will not have time to come back after that and have more testimony from the witnesses. Yep. So, do we have a motion to adjourn? We have a motion to adjourn from Mr. Kitchen. Do we see consent around the room to adjourn the meeting?
No.
No.
Okay, well, we don't have consensus to do that either. Very well. Should we suspend the meeting?
Well, we can do a recorded division.
Gotta have time to get to the chair.
Yes, you do.
So we've got to suspend that.
Yep.
So we can go to a recorded division for the motion to adjourn, or we can suspend.
Yep. Meeting adjourned.
That's hilarious. Meeting adjourned. Doesn't even wait, just adjourned. That is annoying, refitting the screen every time. So now we're back to the vote. It's just a waiting game. I think that these liberals, well, they know exactly what they're doing by implementing this Canada Early Learning and Childcare Act. They know that it's not sustainable, but the NDP wanted it. So part of their agreement is that, you know, the liberals have to come up with plans to initiate the programs the NDP wants. Well, they are purposely sabotaging the program so that it fails, and they can say, well, we tried, so we did our part. And that way they have no reason to back out of their coalition agreement. So we'll see what happens. But you know that, how is the daycare center supposed to stay open? You know, when parents are paying $10 a day for daycare service. The staff are making what they'll end up having to make minimum wage because they're not going to make what they are now, and they're going to have to close down a whole bunch of places. The ones that stay open will have to take pay cuts. That's just the way it is. You're going to end up finding that there's less room for children in daycare than what there was prior. You know, at least there was an option before. It was an expensive option. But with their plan, there won't be an option for a lot of people. There won't be a plan because you won't be able to get into any of these programs. The people that will be in these programs are the ones that can afford it now. And, yeah. Yeah, it's all planned for the liberals. That's all it is. Sabotage the program. This is why the pharmacare program isn't going to work. They're going to funnel out a whole bunch of money to all these provinces, but underfund it at the same time, leaving the provinces to pick up the tab, which everyone says, okay, well, why aren't the provinces helping in that, and blah, 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 blah. Well, the provinces are already gaining deficits. So they're spending more than they have right now just to sustain the social programs and the other programs that they have. So they don't have the money to foot the bill for the Liberals' promises. So the same kind of thing happened in Ontario back when right before Kathleen Wynne left office, before she was voted out. She put in all these crazy things, knowing that the Ontario government, the next Ontario government, would have to remove them. But it was an act to make the people turn on the Conservative government. She knew that it would not be sustainable, but she did it anyway, because she knew that as soon as the Ford government got in, the people would start blaming him. Why are you cutting these programs? Why are you cutting this? Why are you doing cuts? And that's why the Liberals always advertise, they're going to cut this, they're going to cut that, they're going to cut your child daycare benefits and all that. Of course they are. They have to. These are not sustainable programs. We're already in inflationary times. The fact is that these programs are super inflationary. The new child care program is costing billions. The pharmacare program itself is going to cost more than our national defense. And that is extremely inflationary. And that's going to raise the price of everything. And you know what's going to suck the most is that only selected individuals are going to be able to access this benefit. So it's not for everybody. Provinces are making the right decision by leaving or opting out of the program. I hope Ontario opts out of this program, because Ontario already has a plan for children up to, I think it's the age of 24 or something like that. Our province already has something. So to have whatever this Liberal Party's pharmacare plan is, it's just going to screw the entire country with the cost of living. We can't afford it. And they know it, and that's why they'll underfund it. Well, there's always been separation of the classes if you really look at things, okay? So the government, Parliament is about to give themselves a raise as they're taxing the entire country into a new bracket for the carbon tax, so of 23%, while they give themselves, a minimum of $6,000 to $15,000 more. And there's three classes of individuals now in this country. There's the rich, and then there's the ruling class. The ruling class they're taking the place of the rich, because the rich are now the elites. They're super rich now. And you got the ruling class, which is the government, all the bureaucracy and all them. They are taking the place of the rich. And then you got us, just barely hanging on by a thread before we end up in a tent. The prices that you see at the grocery stores are phenomenal. This is happening from government to government to government. Not just the Liberals. The Conservatives have done it too, and they were doing it when Harper was in. So the country in a whole needs to make a stand as to what direction we feel is appropriate to take that would benefit the people, and not government, not the ruling class, and not the elites.
The question is as follows. Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau, appuyé par Madame Sudds, propose que relativement à l'étude de l'amendement
of the amendment to Bill C-35, an act concerning early childhood learning and childcare, that the debate be not further adjourned.
Voting electronically has started in the House. We'll now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Sudds.
Ms. Sudds.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangri.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangri.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Jassic.
Ms. Jassic.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Hepfner.
Ms. Hepfner.
Mr. Chang.
And that's the funny thing, Mike. That's exactly what they do. It is a scorched earth kind of thing, because they know that whatever programs they implement, the Conservatives will have to wipe out to make themselves look like a bad guy. People that know what is going on, obviously, know that when Pierre gets in, He's going to have to make cuts. And times are going to get really tough because they have to rein in the spending. And in order to do that, they need to cut programs. And that's going to hurt everybody. But for a temporary period, it's not permanent. They're going to come in, they're going to cut a bunch of crap, cut bureaucracy, open up a resource industry, and have a steady stream of money coming into the country. But there will be sacrifices. And the people that are hurting right now are going to be hurting a lot worse once conservatives take over. And they have to, because if they do not, we will all be screwed in the end. We'll end up like countries like Venezuela, where food just costs a fortune. It gets so expensive, stores can't afford it, and then you just stop buying it. And then there's no food left in the country. That's an extreme case, yes, but that's how it starts. Tough times are ahead, for sure. Tougher times, I should say.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagne.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
The voting part has got to be the most boring part of this. Sitting there waiting for them. But what do you guys think? Let me know what you think in the comments about the pharmacare plan. Do you want this plan, or are you against this plan? Let me know. I'm curious to know, because I know that there's going to be a lot of people that are, maybe diabetic, and this is going to help them. It's contraceptives. I mean, a lot of places you can get them for free at health units. So some people don't know that. But I don't think but yeah, we are already doing it. We're giving pharmaceuticals away like crazy in BC. The government has been lobbied by Big Pharma. And that's why they don't have a problem with giving away drugs. But you don't know how much the country's paying for these drugs. Restrict information, yeah. They've definitely been restricting information. They've been hiding stuff from us since 2015 when they first got in as government. We should have all known that Justin Trudeau was a sociopath, though, because all he worried about ever was his looks. And a lot of young ladies voted for this. I call him a terrorist because he is a terrorist. He terrorizes the country. He does the opposite of what the people want and what they need. He just terrorizes everybody. And he won't step down. He's like a leech. He just sticks on. Although not even salt's getting this leech off. No, we don't want to live in this commie society that we're moving into. And it's true, it does. It puts them, you're right, Nicole, it does. It puts them in a situation where you're going to have, and the liberals and liberal supporters are going to emphasize on this big time when conservatives get into power and have to make those cuts. You're going to have all kinds of liberals screaming about it. It's going to be front news every day. Government owns big pharmaceutical. Yeah, I wish that was the case. A lot of the pharmaceutical companies are in the States. There's a huge problem with our democracy, though. We have a representative democracy, so we don't have a direct democracy. There's a middleman. And that causes a problem. There's too much power into one body every time. So, like the prime minister, yeah, at least in the United States, the power between the president is shared with Congress and the president. So there's things that the Congress can do if the president does some radical crap. We need something like that here. We need an elected Congress or a Senate. An elected Senate. There you go, a Triple E Senate that shares the power. At least that way there'll be representatives, because right now the Senate is just full of people that Trudeau picked and then conservatives. At least conservatives stayed in there so that they can be held to account. Where liberals just, all they did, they're liberals still in there. They just took the banner of liberal off of them just to confuse people, but they're still liberal. Yeah, a lot of provinces already have these programs. A lot of provinces do. But the liberals know exactly what they're doing. They it seems like they're dumb, but they know exactly what they're doing. They know that it's going to get rejected. It's going to cost them next to nothing, because they're going to say, well, the provinces just weren't on board. You know, we tried and it failed because of the provinces. It was the provinces. That's exactly what happened. It was the provinces. It's a joke. Oh, this whole speech thing that they have going on now, it's going to destroy this country. How can people not realize he's an authoritarian government? They were slowly implementing the same rules that China and Russia have. And nobody sees this. Like, how can you not realize that this is exactly what they're doing? These are, look at China, look at their rules, look at their regulations, legislation, their policies, and all that surrounding their social government. And then look at the ones that they're trying to implement here. I truly believe, because there was a communist party here in Canada, I truly believe that that party, which you didn't really hear much about, there was one here, infiltrated the Liberal government of Canada. I believe that this Liberal cabinet is the old Communist Party. These guys are an absolute joke. And the extremists support them on their side. They're not liberals. They're not liberal supporters, the ones defending these guys. These are left-wing, far left-wing supporters that pose as liberals. They say they're liberals. When you pick and everything's on the far right. Well, when you pick the frickin' middle up and you take it with you to the far left, yeah, everything's going to be on the far right. Unbelievable.
House, the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they will use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mrs. Sidhu.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
South, yea pour. Anybody else with a challenge? Personne. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 167, 167. Nays contre 142, 142.
Je déclare la motion
I declare the motion carried.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendment on Bill C-35, Canada Early Learning and Child Care Act.
I believe when we left this, the honourable member for Northumberland Peterborough South had used up a whole minute of his time, so there's 9 minutes showing in debate. The honourable member for Northumberland Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will, of course, correct the record there. It actually used up 11 minutes of my 20-minute time period there, Mr. Speaker. I hate to correct you, but I feel as though I'm compelled to retain the integrity of this House. Of course, today I'm continuing my speech on childcare. In the earlier part of my speech, I went through some of the challenges with the childcare system and outlined it. To that end, I'd like to, at this point, go through some proof points, and those proof points will be actual emails that I have received from constituents. So I will try and give this as clearly as unredacted as possible, but obviously for personal reasons and for names and other things, I will skip over that part. But so the first one starts, good evening. I'm hoping you can assist us with daycare funding. My daughter is a mother of 3-year-old twins. She has children in a daycare provider right now and was told that funding would be available by October. However, she has had no further information, unfortunately, and employees are unaware of when the funding will be available. As you can imagine, having children in daycare is costly. My daughter pays $100 a day. Is there somewhere I can reach out to answers? And we've tried very hard working through to the government to get this $10 a daycare spots, but to no avail as still to this day. I'm writing to you today as a concerned mother of an 8-month-old baby. I have been an RN for over 10 years. The state of availability of licensed daycare spaces in Ontario is appalling. She does say it is, and I'll read it all unredacted, good and bad. It is fantastic the government is working towards $10 daycare to improve the financial accessibility for all. However, the planning behind this rollout has been abysmal. Did the government not consider the immense increase in demand that could not be met with the already lacking spaces in the licensed childcare industry prior to the rollout? The wait lists were already lengthy. We added our child multiple wait lists at 20 weeks pregnant, being told that we might or we might already be too late to secure a spot for him at 1 year for me return to work. So just to clarify that, so she put herself on the list at 20 weeks pregnant so that she could have a spot when the child, who was not born yet, was a year old, and was told that she was too late. I am now less than 4 months away from my return to work and have no idea when I can return to work due to the lack of daycare spaces for my child. As a registered nurse, I am eager to return to work to support people in my important work. I paraphrase a little bit because I don't want to give the specifics away. But may be delayed due to being unable to access appropriate licensed childcare for my infant. The plan for $10 daycare requires significant infrastructure for years prior to being able to achieve. Now, my, oh my, that is an insightful comment. In order to achieve something, you have to plan. My father used to say to me all the time when I was a youngster, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And I think that is borne out here. New centers must be built, RECEs must be trained, supplies must be purchased. Just paraphrase here because I don't want to give away the specific area. Our community is growing quickly, and so that need is even more acute. Both of these issues combined are compounding the problem with creating disasters for family who are planning for their children so they can return to work. I can only imagine how other healthcare workers or first responders are in the same situation. This is only compounding our healthcare and first responder shortages. I'm asking you to please advocate for the development of infrastructure to support this rollout. Also consider creating area-based lists rather than individuals. The next one. These are all relatively recent emails and just quickly pulled off by my staff. I am, once again, this person is pleased that there is, so they say, I am pleased to see in the media is finally reporting on the disastrous rollout of the Canada Early Learning Child Care Act. I am so tired of listening to the Prime Minister bragging about saving Canadians thousands of dollars in childcare expenses when I know this to be a fallacy. This became an issue and a concern for me in 2022 with the birth of my third grandchild in St. John's, Newfoundland. This was about the same time as Newfoundland signed on the federal program. $10 daycare sounded so promising. Little did my daughter know how difficult it was going to find daycare at any cost. At that time, my older daughter in Ontario was looking for daycare for a 3-year-old. She became number 90 on the waiting list at the local schools, publicly funded. And I would like to thank the member from Peterborough for advocating so strenuously on our behalf. Here's another one. I am a firm believer in the value of accessible daycare for all Canadians. But I also believe that parents should have the option of private care for their children. I realize a number of Canadians do not support tax-funded daycare. Many of these are people who don't value women's work and don't connect the dots when their hip surgery is canceled because there's no ER nurse available. My Newfoundland daughter became very active in an organization, I won't say it, to reveal it, to work for it and to advocate for childcare. There are so many Liberal missteps for the Conservatives to address, but I think it is time to address childcare. As well as an issue for young family, it's an issue for grandparents as well. It's also a federal issue as provinces and territories are raising to concern. To quote her daughter, and I just paraphrase because I can't say the full thing in this House, I really wish the member for Carleton would come out and attack on childcare. I can't agree more. I believe it's time for Conservatives to take an even stronger stance holding these Liberals to account. And so you can see those are just a couple of emails, and I could read many more emails in the state of the childcare. Like everything with this Liberal government, they're great on photo ops, but they're poor on delivery. And just to put it in context as well, just to end off that, I also had a meeting last constituency week with the Autonomy South Monaghan Food Cupboard in Keene. And so we're putting, of course, in the context of parents and grandparents unable to find childcare. But in some ways, the crisis is even more serious for many Canadians as they are facing food insecurity as never seen before. I want to read to you the increase in numbers. They've already increased before I start this by significantly over year. But just in the last 4 months, the amount of children who are now being fed by the Autonomy South Food Cupboard has gone from 19 to 30 to 31 to 37. That's in an extremely small catchment area. But you see that the number of children going to a food bank at the Autonomy South Food Cupboard has doubled, and that's a story we're hearing across the country. So this government has promised a strong, prosperous economy. They failed. They promised $10 daycare. They failed. It's time for a common sense Conservative government.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the issues in which I would suggest to you, you just can't trust the Conservative Party. When you talk about a hidden agenda, this is a good example of it. Because all one needs to do is take a look at the last federal election, where you had the leader saying, we're going to tear up this whole child care plan that the Liberals have brought forward. And then they'll say some nice things post-election about it, and I think they might might have even voted once in favor of the legislation, Mr. Speaker. I think that the Canadians have a right to know exactly what is the Conservative Party's position, at least today, in regards to childcare. Do they support the federal program or do they not?
Member Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Well, I would put that, through you, Mr. Speaker, I would put that question directly to them. Do they support childcare? Because clearly they don't, actually. I already have an answer. Did they not just read or did you not hear the litany of emails? Canadians, not only can they not afford it, they can't access childcare. There are many, many dads and moms in my riding who want to return back to work, but cannot because they cannot find accessible childcare. And in this economy, it's particularly difficult because that means their families may not have the opportunity to eat at the end of the month.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to start by saying that prioritizing is not eliminating. The member mentioned an email where he received a constituent email where they said that they're concerned about the private care not being available. Can this member please point to where in the bill it prohibits specifically private care?
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
The Senate has openly said that they don't want private health care and private child care. My apologies. They don't want private child care. And you know what? I think we need to take and value all forms of child care, whether that through a wonderful licensed facilities, of which there are a ton in Northumberland, Peterborough South, trying to do their best, but there aren't enough spots. Or if it's the grandma at the end of the neighborhood who takes a couple children, not only her grandchildren, but a couple other children, and providing incredible child care. So we need to thank all child care providers as they are doing an amazing job raising the next generation of Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the member's intervention on this issue. In British Columbia, and I quote from a BC CTV news story, and I quote, "Our initial study intended to only interview low-income women who were single moms accessing those $10 per day spots," said Dr. Leah Karagada, Director of the School of Social Work at UBC and co-author of the study. After 6 months of intensive recruitment, we could only find 13 across the province. Mr. Speaker, billions of dollars have been allocated by this government with the whole idea that those who need it the most would be getting the support that they need. Yet this study by UBC only shows 13 in my province. We're the third largest province in this great country. Could the member please elaborate a little bit further about how this government continually says one thing but does another?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Of course, we want all Canadians to have access to affordable childcare, and that is a reasonable and meaningful goal. However, if, as another member talked, we are prioritizing, we need to focus on those who are in the most vulnerable situations, those who are trying to climb up that economic ladder, those who desperately need that income. And these Liberals have failed these individuals. Those individuals, those moms and dads, not only are there just isn't childcare available, even if it's unaffordable, they're facing, if I might say, tax rates of 50 or 60%. We are holding Canadians into poverty. This government, these Liberals, are holding Canadians back.
Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House.
Mr. Speaker, to be very clear, the Conservative Party does not support the $10 a day daycare, childcare program that the Government of Canada has negotiated with the different provinces, and I find that shameful. And I would challenge the member across the way to be crystal clear and explain why doesn't the Conservative Party support the program.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you. To be crystal clear, this Liberal government doesn't support $10 a day daycare. I've just read off a number of emails. It doesn't exist. It's like unicorns. It just does not. It's Pegasus. They don't exist.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Peterborough, Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from the other Peterborough. They're not as great, but really close.
Order.
I don't think there should be any fighting on areas. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In all seriousness, though, my colleague, who is a dad himself, knows this, and it's already been brought up once today by another member here from British Columbia, and it was a great point. And we have the facts now coming out of the chaos that is endured as a result of this failed policy by the Liberal NDP government. 77% of high-income parents are accessing this program versus 41% of low-income families. How does he feel about that? And how does, what are his thoughts on this supposed to be universal program when we see the people who need it most aren't accessing it?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, and I won't dignify the Peterborough comment for the response, but other than that, I have great respect for this member, and she's done a wonderful job, and I hope she caught in one of the emails, one of my constituents was thanking her specifically on all the fantastic work she's done. We need to put help where it's needed most, and if we are prioritizing, as I said, it behooves us. Rawls once said, the famous philosopher, that if we go back to the zero position, in other words, if we didn't know how and where we would be born, we would want to do everything in society to help the most vulnerable. And these Liberals are holding people back, keeping them in poverty, and preventing women from returning to the workplace when they want to.
The honourable member for Beauport, Cote-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In Quebec, our child care system is working. It's been in place for more than 25 years now, thanks to our former Premier, Pauline Marois. And I'd like to ask my colleague, his party, which aspires to power, shows us every day that it would invest more in oil, cut to tax. So I'd just like to ask him, where will he take the money to support early child care and learning when they get to power if they're cutting all of the government's revenue?
Thank you very much, and make no apologies for our support of the Canadian energy sector. And in fact, the Canadian energy sector is required to fund social policies and social benefits. Without the energy field, without the revenue from Canadian energy, this country would be in financial ruin. We wouldn't be able to support many of the great programs that we have. And so we need more Canadian energy. We need the economy to grow stronger so that we can have more social programs to help more and more vulnerable people work their way up from the bottom to the top. Yeah.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Peterborough Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you can see, I'm very happy to get up all day, every day, to elevate the voices of the families who've been left out by this failed Liberal NDP policy, in particular, kids with special needs. And we know that neurodivergence is going up. We know that the labor force there to accommodate these kids is going up. But when fees are capped, as they've been under this Liberal NDP program, we're seeing those most vulnerable suffer again. And I'm wondering if my member from Peterborough South has heard these stories, or if his constituents have shared with him how kids with special needs are missing out, in particular with this program.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Yeah, we've heard stories, and you know what? And actually, I would just take this moment to talk briefly about Claire from my office. She's a very special employee. I tell her every day, every time I see her, that she's my favorite employee. She has Down syndrome, but because of the gift of an amazing raising and the child care and just being the amazing person she is, she works her heart out every time she's at her office, doing great work for the people in Northumberland, Peterborough South, and we need more people like Claire.
Here. A point of order from the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
The member from Peterborough Kawartha used a term that I don't think is quite appropriate. She said my member from Peterborough, Northumberland, or whatever. And I want to just put on the record that he is all of our member, not just hers. Thank you.
Doesn't really sound like a point of order, but a great point of debate. So let's hope this is a real point of order today. I'm hoping at one point there'll be a real point of order. The honourable member for the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Having said that, I was fascinated by the previous point of order, Mr. Speaker, but my point of order is based on some discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find the unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the remainder of the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on the motion number 52 to concur in the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Science and Research be deemed to have taken place, and all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, and recorded division be deemed requested and deferred pursuant to Standing Order 66. And as indicated, Mr. Speaker, there were discussions amongst the parties, and I believe you will find agreement.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Motion is carried. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I am honored to rise on Bill C-35 and act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. I am proud to represent Nunavut and as the critic for Indigenous issues in Northern America. I thank my colleague and friend, the member for Winnipeg Centre, for her leadership in ensuring that Bill C-35 is one that will positively impact Inuit, First Nations, and Métis. Early learning and childcare are of particular importance to Indigenous peoples. Canada used all the resources that they can to rob Indigenous parents of their children. They used churches, RCMP, and Indian agents. Indigenous children were sent to residential schools. Intergenerational trauma still exists because of Canada's genocidal policies. Amidst Canada's genocidal policies against Indigenous peoples, I understand it has taken decades for this bill to finally reach this stage, so close to passage. I thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for reminding us in her speech about who were instrumental, and I echo her gratitude. I quote her statement: "Generations of feminists, trade unionists, child care workers, and advocates made this victory possible. They never ever gave up the fight. They did not give up after the 1970 Royal Commission on the Status of Women's recommendation for a national child care program was ignored by the government of the day. They did not give up after the 1993 Liberal Red Book promised national child care, only for that government to pursue deep cuts to social programs instead," end quote. Of the NDP who have fought for this include the Mayor of Toronto, Olivia Chow, and the current member of London, Fanshawe. What will Bill C-35 do? Bill C-35 will ensure there is long-term commitment of federal funding to provinces, territories, and Indigenous groups. Bill C-35 will open the opportunity for a national system of early learning and child care. It will indeed help ensure parents across Canada have access to affordable, accessible, and high-quality child care now and into the future. The NDP fought hard to ensure that Bill C-35 takes a rights-based approach. Because of our work, the bill includes acknowledgments of the obligations that Canada must adhere to international human rights conventions and declarations. For example, preambular paragraph 3 affirms critical international instruments, including the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the United Nations Convention on the Right of Persons with Disabilities, and elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. I return to the importance of passing Bill C-35. We all know that difficulties finding daycare impacts parents' ability to work.
Point of order.
Point of order from the Honourable House Leader for the NDP.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I always enjoy hearing from my colleague from Nunavut. I just wanted to see if she was intending to split her time.
Oh.
We were kind of asking the same questions to ourselves. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I thank my colleague. I do plan to split my time with the member for Strathcona, Edmonton Strathcona. Thank you for that reminder. Okay. Bill C-35 will open the opportunity for a national system of early learning and child care. It will indeed help ensure parents across Canada have access to affordable, accessible, and high-quality child care now and into the future. The NDP fought hard to ensure that Bill C-35 takes a rights-based approach. I'm finding that I'm repeating myself, so I'm going to go back to where I was earlier. I return to the importance of passing Bill C-35. We all know that difficulties in finding childcare impacts parents' ability to work. A 2022 Statistics Canada study found that 38% of parents were changing their work or study schedule, and 37% were working fewer hours. Bill C-35 will allow more parents to get back to work to provide for their families. This will benefit women who are disproportionately impacted without this bill. We need Bill C-35 to become law. NDP will keep fighting for Canadians, unlike Conservatives who make cuts and Liberals who are forced to act only to avoid an election. Look at today. The Conservatives tried to delay the important debate on C-35. They only pretend to care. They used a report from the 43rd Parliament on food security issues as a delay tactic. They pretend to care that Nutrition North is not working. If they really cared about Indigenous issues, they could have used any of their last 10 Opposition Day motions days to debate the issue of Nutrition North. Instead, they are playing games by making last-minute changes to the orders of the day and obstructing important changes that could benefit so many Indigenous peoples and the passage of Bill C-35. I am proud that Nunavut was one of the first territories, along with Quebec and the Yukon, to commit to providing a $10 a day daycare childcare. More impressively, this milestone was achieved 15 months ahead of schedule. While the youngest population in Canada, it should come as no surprise. $10 a day daycare does exist. Coupled with the high cost of living and other challenges, affordable childcare is especially important to Nunavummiut. Much work will be required after the passage of Bill C-35. There will need to be major investments for improving infrastructure in Indigenous communities. Many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities lack the facilities for early childhood education. With crumbling buildings and overcrowded homes, there is nowhere to open a daycare. It is not just early childhood education. There is a severe infrastructure deficit across primary, intermediate, and secondary schools in Indigenous communities. In Pond Inlet, Arvet, and many other Nunavut communities, schools are overcrowded. They desperately need investments in new schools. I heard from Pacheedaht First Nation who have to bus their children for hours in each direction because there is no school in their community. Even with existing schools, they do not have the resources to provide the same level of service as schools in non-Indigenous communities. I take this opportunity to remind this Liberal government that they must both reverse their decision to sunset Indigenous Services Canada programs and to also fill the major infrastructure gaps. Combined, the lack of investments into the future will result in over $14 billion that will force Indigenous peoples onto the streets. It will force Indigenous peoples to remain addicted to substances. It will force Indigenous peoples to remain in the margins of society. The federal government must make additional investments to ensure Inuit, First Nations, and Métis communities can build the infrastructure they need to provide culturally appropriate early childhood education. An amendment was later added to address a potential charter issue, as minority language education is a right under Section 23 of the Constitution. As parliamentarians, we have learned that there is an increasing lack of French language childcare services outside of Quebec. The amendment to Clause 8 of the bill will ensure the federal government maintains funding for official language minorities. I am sure the Francophone community in my riding will be very happy for this amendment. I am glad to see this amendment pass so that this important legislation can go forward without potential legal challenges. While there are 2 official languages in Canada, hundreds of Indigenous languages remain. In order to keep Indigenous languages alive, languages must be passed on to children at an early age. Governments have obligations to meet set out in the Indigenous Languages Act. I highlight the recent court decision on Bill C-92, which was another big win for Indigenous rights. Bill C-92 reaffirms Inuit, First Nations, and Métis rights to make decisions regarding their own children, youth, and families. This includes culturally relevant child care services in their own languages. For these reasons, I urge parliamentarians to support the passage of this bill.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from Nunavut for her excellent speech, as always. I find it very inspiring, Mr. Speaker, and I ask my honourable colleague if she'd like to share with the House again her intergenerational lens on the appalling and genocidal residential school system is to find webs of intergenerational love and caring. I find that inspiring, and I wonder if I've gotten it at all close to the mark, if she would be willing to share that again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for her important question. I'm reminded by my conversations that I had with my constituents, Bernadette Dean and Annie Curley, who were the ones that reminded me that it's so important that as we continue to talk about intergenerational trauma, that we need to start shifting that focus to having discussions about intergenerational love. And this bill is one of those opportunities to make sure that we are passing on intergenerational love from parents to children and child care to children.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for
His comments in regards to earlier today, there was an attempt by the Conservative Party to prevent Bill C-35 childcare, which I know is important in all regions of the country, and she has commented fairly extensively on the benefits of the program. But they tried to do that by introducing the Northern Food Allowance and the importance of food up north. And I thought that was somewhat tragic because it is an important issue. And it would make a nice opposition day. And I'm wondering if she could take the opportunity to expand on both, because it was raised a little bit earlier, because I know her origins are from up north.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'm always appalled at QP how much resources the other parties have to address issues, which is why when I finally get my chance to ask questions at QP, I always make sure that I'm asking to have investments go to Nunavut, have investments go to Indigenous communities. But what we hear from the Conservative Party, for example, are all they only limit a lot of their questions to carbon tax or something that just does not advance recognizing the importance of Indigenous peoples in Canada, and really making sure that with the two different topics that we discussed today are so important that we shouldn't play games to talk about pretending to care about alleviating poverty against competing it with providing early child care and early child care development for all Canadians. I think it was quite an injustice to watch this morning, and I really hope that the Conservatives take more care when they are fighting for Indigenous people's rights, as well as the rest of Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would ask my colleague to speak with her colleague about the work that we did do in committee in fighting. The Conservatives were the only ones that put forward and supported an amendment for UNDRIP to ensure that First Nations had access to their own childcare rights. And I just want to say the initial version of Bill C-35 made no reference to official language minority communities. It was the Conservative amendments made during the clause-by-clause review by the HUMA committee that was introduced, and these amendments were voted down by the Liberals, which the NDP support. So I would ask her to say to us that we have been the only ones standing for families and parents, including Indigenous peoples and First Nations, to do what they feel is best with their children and to give them the choice. So why are they supporting the Liberals? That would be my question.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I do remind the member that it's been the NDP who's been able to get the most results for Canada in this 44th Parliament. We are the ones who were able to get dental care. We were the ones who got pharmacare. It's been the fourth party in this 44th Parliament that has got most for Canadians, and we were the ones who've been making sure that Indigenous rights are being respected. And I do appreciate that this member has worked closely with my friend, my colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre. She has shared that with me, and I do appreciate the commitment that she has to make sure that this bill does pass, and I hope that she has the support of her party to make sure that C-35 becomes law.
Hear, hear. I wish we always had more time for questions and comments, but we need to move on. Continuing debate with the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to just say it's always very difficult to speak after the member from Nunavut, because she is such a force within our caucus and such a champion for the people that she represents. And it's an honor to be on a caucus with her. Today we are talking about M35 and the amendments that have been brought forward. And I want to start by talking about just how vital childcare is in this country and what a fundamental thing it is to provide real childcare across the country in an affordable way that women, that families can access. You know, during COVID-19, I worked with a member from Timmins James Bay to look at ways that we could have an economic recovery after the slowdown that happened during COVID. And I'll say that one of the things that we heard constantly, whether it be from financial institutions, whether it be from chambers of commerce, whether it be from labor groups, was that the need for childcare and the importance of childcare was the best thing we could do for economic recovery in this country. You know, that's one piece of it. But I'm a woman and I have children, and I remember the struggle of finding childcare. I remember how difficult it was to find quality childcare, to be able to afford quality childcare, to make sure that my children were cared for so that I could return to the workforce. And I know for so many women across this country that wasn't possible. So having childcare come forward after so many years, you know, I think of people like Irene Matheson who pushed so hard for childcare. I think about the member from Winnipeg Centre who has been absolutely tireless in this fight for childcare for women. And I think about these champions within the labor movement that have moved this forward over decades and decades. And the fact that we now are here and have this program in place is fundamental. Now, I'm not going to lie, this is not a perfect program. We have heard from labor leaders who say we need a workforce strategy to go along with this program because we need to ensure that the workers who are working in child care centers are adequately paid, are adequately trained, are given the resources that they need so that there are child care spaces available. So there is a lot of work to continue to do. But the idea of getting child care to people is fundamental. And New Democrats have always known how important child care is. It's why, in my province of Alberta, Rachel Notley, first premier to pilot a $25 a day child care when she was the premier. It was wildly successful, but of course, the Conservatives got elected under Jason Kenney and they cut that. Right now, the premiers of BC and Manitoba, again, New Democratic premiers, are championing and they're prioritizing the $10 a day child care. So the Canadians in those provinces will have that program in place. But of course, the Conservatives in my province have once again fumbled the ball because, as we all know, Danielle Smith would rather pick a fight with the federal government.
Taking a point of order from the honourable member for Lakeland.
I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if you just want to remind members that we're federal members of Parliament discussing federal government policy and business.
I will remind folks of relevance to the item that we are discussing today. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, and the relevance, of course, is that I am a representative for the people of Edmonton, which is in the province of Alberta, and I'm speaking about the delivery of childcare in Alberta. So very relevant to what we're talking about. And I understand why the Conservatives don't want to talk about this because they don't want me to bring up the fact that Danielle Smith dropped the ball on childcare. That she took the money, she refused to give it to the child care workers. And in fact, the child care centers had to do a one-day strike in January to actually get the money that was owed to them because the Premier of Alberta withheld that from them. I will point out this is the same Premier who has now said she wouldn't support a pharmacare program. Same Premier that's attacking trans kids. Same Premier that promised us she wouldn't touch our pension and is now doing that. Same Premier that, for some unbelievable reason, is now saying that renewables are more dangerous for our economy than oil and gas. But that's different. I'll get back to childcare, certainly. So we're talking about the idea of making sure that this program is available across the country, making sure that every Canadian, and from my perspective as a representative of Alberta, particularly Albertans, are able to access quality childcare. Not in concert with our Premier, not in concert with our provincial government, but despite our provincial government. So this is the state of affairs that we're in. And frankly, I do think that the premiers, the people of BC and Manitoba, have a much more likely chance of getting that quality childcare because clearly the premiers in those provinces have prioritized the needs of women, the needs of families, the needs of the economy to ensure that the child care is available to women. I also wanted to talk a little bit today about the motion amendment, or the amendment that was brought forward that talks a little bit about access to official language care. So you won't be surprised, Mr. Speaker, that I'm going to talk a little bit about Campus Saint-Jean, which is a facility in my riding. The French Quarter of Edmonton is, of course, in Edmonton, Strathcona. I'm a very proud representative of the French Quarter, and Campus Saint-Jean is a wonderful institution. It is, in fact, the only institution in Western Canada that trains teachers and childcare providers in French so that they can meet those obligations that the Canadian government has, that we all, have across the country, to ensure that Canadian families can have their children educated in the language of their choice. And something you may not know, Mr. Speaker, which I think many people in this House maybe don't, is that in Alberta, we have the fastest growing Francophone population in the country. More than 261,000 Albertans have some knowledge of French, making French the second most spoken language in the province after English. And I don't know if you know this as well, but Alberta has the third largest Francophone minority population in Canada after Ontario and New Brunswick. So we have a significant French population, and the training to ensure that those child care workers, those teachers are trained and able to provide that education in French happens in my riding. It happens in Campus St. Jean. Of course, this is the same university that Jason Kenney tried to cut funding to, and the federal government had to step in. But just to be fair, the federal government did step in, and Campus St. Jean continues to give extraordinary service to our community, ensuring that teachers can actually have a good education to provide those services. So today, as we stand here, I just want to make it very, very clear that the New Democrats have been standing for childcare and pushing for childcare for decades. We've been working with labor leaders. We've been working with members of the public. We've been talking to our constituents. Childcare is a vital piece of our economic recovery. It is a vital piece for making lives better for families, for women across this country. It's a vital piece of making sure that life is more affordable for people around this country. And so for that, I'm very supportive of this bill. I hope that we can get everybody within this House to support the bill. And that's all from me today. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate the comments from the member on this very important bill. She did go through the history of much of the attempts to get childcare funded at the federal government and insured for Canadians. She left out an important name of Ken Dryden, who was minister at the time when we developed a robust plan for childcare. I'm wondering about her thoughts on how that was lost when Jack Layton, the former leader of the NDP, pulled the plug on that minority government, went to the polls and entered the deep, dark ages of the Harper government, where we have had to take this time to get back to a decent childcare program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his question. You know, when I spoke earlier about some of those champions of childcare, and I brought up some of the previous members of our caucus, and I've brought up many of the labor movement that has fought so hard for this, I think those are the people that today are very excited that we have childcare. I know that he's talking about a budget that happened, well before my time, certainly, so I won't comment on that, but I will comment on the fact that I certainly hope that all members of this House can recognize the value of childcare, you know, that we can stop having the delay tactics that we're seeing from the Conservatives, and that we can actually move forward and get this passed as soon as possible.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Obviously, this is a topic that where we as Quebec have served as a model. We put in place our system a long time ago, and we're very proud of it in terms of child care. And many of the FEWO studies have confirmed the importance of these child care services. Now, in the bill, there is the principle of ensuring that Francophone children across Canada could benefit from child care services in French. And pressure was put on the government to ensure that this was a principle that was applied and that funding would be available for Francophone children. Can she comment?
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Absolutely, and je suis désolée, je ne parle pas.
I'm very sorry. I don't speak French very well.
You know, absolutely, and this is something I've stood in this House multiple times and raised. The issue that for minority groups, for minority languages outside of Quebec, and in English in Quebec, of course, we need to make sure that families are able to educate their children in the language of their choice. But in Western Canada, that's very, very difficult to do. And one of the challenges is we don't have enough training facilities to train the child care professionals and the teachers that we need to ensure that French language is available. So about 1/7 of those who wish to educate their children in French in Alberta are able to do so right now. 1/7 of those that wish to. So we have a massive population who want to ensure that their children get the benefits of being bilingual or having a French education that aren't able to access that because we don't have the capacity to train those teachers. It's a problem, and I think something that the federal government should work as closely as possible with different provincial governments to ensure happens.
Honourable Member for Peterborough Kawartha. Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague colleague from the lovely province of Alberta, and you know, she brought up a point that a lot of people are doing, and we saw this and we predicted it as Conservatives, that the federal government, the Liberals, set up the provinces to take the fall for their incompetence. And to the group that she was referencing that was very courageous and actually walked out in protest to this failed program, they said, and I have it here, we haven't been heard, these issues are not being taken seriously, and we're really struggling to just keep the lights on and not sure how to continue past the end of January at this time. The association wants a new funding model that would give money directly to the parents, and they are in particular talking about the federal government. So to her point that this is a mismanagement of the province, what about all the other provinces and territories across this country that are having the exact same problem?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
So I have 2 points to that. So first of all, what we know is that Danielle Smith kept half of the money back and didn't give it to the child care providers, so that they were almost on the brink of bankruptcy for many of them before they could actually access that funding from the Premier. So that's quite well known. So I would hope that the Conservatives recognize that. But the other thing I would say is that in my speech, I did reference the fact that I think there are real challenges with this child care program. Not that we don't need to have a child care program, not that we need to delay, but rather that this child care program needs to be improved upon. One of the ways that I talked about that is making sure that we had a workforce strategy. You know, labor unions across the country have asked for a workforce strategy, and that's one of the ways that we could be working to improve a program, making sure it's more accessible, that it's better able to meet the needs of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Edmonton Strathcona for her always very pointed intervention. I also want to thank my honourable colleague from Nunavut for her previous intervention. My question is this. I mean, through you, Mr. Speaker, the member from Edmonton Strathcona just spoke about a workforce strategy. You know, the current government talks about being a feminist government, yet they continue to fail to put good workforce strategies for professions that are primarily done by women, including childcare, where the majority of ECEs are from BIPOC communities and are still being forced to live with wages that are not livable, without benefits. I'm wondering if she could share with me why it is critical to listen to leading organizations to develop a workforce strategy, and how the Premier of Alberta's plan to not support childcare, the fact that the Conservative Party is trying to stall the implementation of a national childcare plan, how those actions are anti-feminist and anti-women.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to take a moment to once again thank the member for Winnipeg Centre for the incredible work that she has done on this legislation. The fact that we have this child care bill before us goes in a large part to the work that the member from Winnipeg Centre has done, and I am so grateful for her for all that she's done. But I will say that when she asks about a workforce strategy, one of the ways that we make legislation good in this place is we listen to experts. We listen to people who are experts in those fields. And child care workers have been asking for this. Labor leaders have been asking for this. Those are the people we should be listening to. That's what a truly feminist government would do, is listen to those experts that are in the child care sector. Thank you.
And that's all the time we have for that one. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Scarborough North.
Mr. Speaker, this Black History Month, let us celebrate Black excellence in the contributions of Portia White, a gifted classical singer whose voice transcended racial barriers. Her legacy is one of musical excellence, as well as tenacity and bravery. Portia defied societal norms, becoming the first Black Canadian concert singer to achieve international fame. Art has the power to break barriers. Now Portia's niece, Sheila White, has captured this spirit in her book, The Letters. Postmark Prejudice in Black and White. Blending fiction with historical fact, Sheila tells the incredible story of her parents' interracial marriage in the 1940s, when it was forbidden for a white woman to marry a black man. Yet, like her aunt, Sheila reminds us of the importance of resilience and courage through a triumphant tale about racism, bigotry, and love. Let us draw inspiration from such stories and strive to build a society free of racism. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
The rarest day of the year is upon us once more. February 29th appears once every 4 years, and it's quite a fitting date to mark this occasion. My family is affected by 2 rare diseases. 3 of my living kids have a rare chronic kidney condition called Alport syndrome. My youngest daughter passed away from Patau syndrome in 2018. So since I rarely do haikus in the chamber, here's one for Rare Disease Day. February's untold stories, rare blooms, unique tales told, hopes flame and hearts hold, whispers in parliament, rare voices echo, unity calls, advocacy stand, empathy's firm command, for unseen struggles we demand, legislation sought for rare tales, medicines brought, help in battles fought. Through research we strive, minds open wide, bright tomorrow's guide. Rare Disease Day calls, echoes in the hearts it seeks, voices of compassion speak. I join all parliamentarians in marking this Rare Disease Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, I want to use my voice in this House to raise awareness on the issue of child poverty. As a mother, I understand the importance of a healthy, safe, and nurturing environment for children to live, learn, and grow. Childhood is the most formative development period in an individual's life, and it deserves to be protected. Yet, according to the recent Child Poverty Report, in 2021, nearly 1 in 6 Canadian children were denied the right to an adequate standard of living, and this number is even higher for Indigenous and racialized children. It has been no less than 34 years since members of Parliament voted to eradicate child poverty by the year 2000. Mr. Speaker, it's 2024, and our time to act is now. We can expand access to eligibility to the Canada Child Benefit, which has already proven successful in reducing child poverty rates. We can establish a national school food program, mitigating the immediate impacts of food insecurity on children's learning outcomes. And we can fight for a universal livable income to ensure parents don't have to choose between paying rent and feeding their child. We owe it to the 1 million Canadian children suffering under our watch to do better. I ask my colleagues in this House to join me in calling to an end to child poverty. Every child matters.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I'm very proud of the successful businesses from my riding, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Today, I would like to honour one in particular, the Jewel of Saint-Eustache, known as Vignoble Rivière du Chêne, which is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. As we all know, Quebec's climate is no walk in the park and sometimes makes life difficult for our farmers and vintners. But Quebecers are a resilient and innovative people, values that Vignoble Rivière du Chêne represents with brio. Since 1998, this business has gone from strength to strength thanks to its passionate owner, Daniel Lalande, and his dedicated team, who have developed an impressive range of products, including more than a dozen different wines. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Vignoble Rivière du Chêne holds a special place in the hearts of the people of our region. Happy 25th to a company that is the pride of our region. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. The
Member from Kamloops, Tonson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the tremendous work done by Carrie Kehoe, who is present in Ottawa today. Carrie has bravely spoken out after being viciously sexually assaulted as a child. 2 others were victimized before the offender killed a mother of 3. But Carrie has not sat idle as a victim. She has been engaged in ensuring that her tormentor is never granted parole. Right now, he's in minimum security without any fences. He had a parole hearing last year. Though he was recommended for escorted day passes, the parole board declined them. A victim advocate has determined that Carrie's rights were violated in the parole process. She sought help from her MP, none other than the member for Kingston and the Islands. He would not even meet with her. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I say this. Carrie, the Liberals and your MP may have abandoned you, Myself and my Conservatives will always stand with you and other victims.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the 1st to the 9th of March, 2,500 young athletes aged 12 to 17 from 19 regions of Quebec will descend upon Sherbrooke for the finals of the 58th Jeux du Québec. Although it has already hosted in 1977 and 1995 Summer Games, this will be the first time Sherbrooke has hosted the Winter Finals. Such a province-wide sporting event requires a great deal of organisation. I would therefore like to highlight the work of the organising committee under the leadership of Jocelyn Proulx, and also thank the 2,500 volunteers who will be pulling out all the stops to ensure that the youngsters have an unforgettable week in complete safety. The Quebec Games are first and foremost a sporting event, but the competitions will be complemented by an amazing cultural programme for the athletes and Sherbrookeers. I wish our young athletes and all Sherbrooke residents a very happy 58th Quebec Games finals.
The Honourable Member from Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to draw this House's attention to the ongoing tragedy of gender apartheid in states around the world. Most notably, Afghanistan and Iran, women and girls are oppressed by regimes that seek to segregate them from society and treat them as second-class citizens. They are violently harassed, prevented from accessing quality employment or education, and are threatened with severe violence or prison terms if they resist the sexist paternalism of these odious regimes. So today, I rise to take this opportunity to thank the over 40 Afghan and Iranian activists who have arrived here in Ottawa to speak to MPs and senators to advocate that Canada agree to codify gender apartheid as a crime against humanity. At 4:30, there will be a reception to meet with these extraordinary advocates. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the founding of the National Association of Women in the Law, also known as NAL. This organization has worked tirelessly to advance feminist law reform in Canada and break down barriers to justice for women. Its feminist legal analysis and advocacy has impacted countless Canadian laws, most notably in relation to family law, sexual assault legislation, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and Sections 15 and 28 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. More recently, NAL worked to strengthen gun control legislation by bringing forward women's voices and to support amendments to the Divorce Act to protect women and children facing family violence. On February 29th, NAL will celebrate at a reception and award ceremony in Ottawa that I will attend. I invite all parliamentarians to join me in recognizing NAL's achievements and saluting its mission for a future with substantive equality for all women in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Yorkton Melville.
While common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, this Prime Minister is not worth his cost, crime, or corruption after 8 years. With heartless indifference, these Liberals are turning a blind eye to the affordability challenges Canadians are facing, threatening a 23% carbon tax hike 4 weeks from now. 4 weeks from now, hardworking Canadians' paychecks will buy even less food to feed their families, while Conservative Bill C-234, which would have saved our farmers $1 billion in carbon taxes and provided relief to families at the grocery store, is being ignored by this Liberal NDP government. The Climate Change Performance Index now ranks Canada 62 out of 67 countries, further proof that carbon tax has done nothing to address climate change. Because the carbon tax is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan, deepening the misery and despair of Canadians. When common sense Conservatives form government and serve the people of Canada, will restore Canadians' confidence and axe the tax.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member from Brampton Centre.
Speaker, as Black History Month comes to an end, I rise to pay tribute to Mark Andrews, a long-time Brampton resident with a remarkable life of leadership and community service. After a brief professional stint in CFL, Mark served 5 years as an officer in the Canadian Armed Forces and completed a UN peacekeeping tour in Cyprus, retiring as a captain and paratrooper. Mark then joined Peel Regional Police as a constable, rising through the ranks to detective, then staff sergeant, inspector, superintendent, earning an MBA along the way, and 6 years ago appointed as a deputy chief. Congratulations, Deputy Chief Mark Andrews, for being honored last night, becoming the first member of the Peel Regional Police to be awarded with the key to the city of Brampton. Black history continues to be made. Happy Black History Month.
Happy Black History Month. The honourable member from Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, while common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and bring home safe streets, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the corruption, or the chaos. GC Strategies, a two-person company, designed the Arrive scam app, which did not work, which we did not need, and wrongfully sent 10,000 Canadians to quarantine, missing work and time with their loved ones. This app was supposed to cost only $80,000, but the Auditor General has confirmed that it cost $60 million. Public officials refuse to show up at committee. Emails have been deleted, and now the RCMP is investigating. Yesterday, the Liberals continued their cover-up corruption by voting against our common sense motion to release all documents related to the Arrive scam app. What are they hiding? Only common sense Conservatives will get to the bottom of this new Liberal scandal and bring home accountability for Canadians. Thank you.
Good job, President. The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, we know they're not worth the cost. We know they're not worth the corruption, and now we know they're a risk to Canadians' safety. And just a few years ago, think back, the Prime Minister mussed about how he admires the basic dictatorship of China. And now we know Beijing's agents infiltrated a top-level lab to steal sensitive secrets, including the genetic code to Ebola. The CSIS reports, and I quote, Dr. Chu represents a very serious and credible danger to the Government of Canada due to the potential for theft of dangerous materials attractive to terrorists and foreign entities that conduct espionage to infiltrate and damage the economic security of Canada. And yet, under this Liberal Prime Minister, nothing was done to protect Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians had had enough of this corrupt Liberal government that is now actually a threat to the security of Canadians.
The honourable member from Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, the people of Don Valley West are mourning the recent loss of two giants, the Honourable Alan Redway and the Honourable John Godfrey. As parliamentarians and citizens, they have left indelible marks. They were models of graciousness, intelligence, and passion. Alan Redway distinguished himself as Mayor of East York and as a Conservative Member of Parliament. A true Red Tory, he served as Minister of State for Housing, and from his home in Leaside, he remained a committed advocate for food security and housing. He offered advice and support with good humor and grace. He always encouraged me to stay true to what he called our shared values. John Godfrey, my immediate predecessor, served the people of Don Valley West in this place for 15 years, in Canada as Minister of State for Infrastructure and Communities. An educator, administrator, journalist, environmentalist, husband, father, and friend, his life was committed to public service. Together, the two of them inspired me, and I think inspire everyone in this House for their good works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour a distinguished NDP colleague and steadfast servant of Elmwood Transcona. As the honourable member steps down from his parliamentary seat, we reflect on a remarkable tenure, a tenure defined by a commitment to his constituents, a passionate advocacy for workers' rights, and a relentless pursuit of justice defined best by his prairie brand of democratic socialism. The always honourable member's proud roots in Winnipeg, deeply entwined with his family's legacy of public service, laid a foundation for his principled approach to governance. He brought to this House and our caucus a rare combination of intellectual depth and practical wisdom, shaped by the background as an electrician and proud member of IBEW Local 2085. His voice in Parliament has been one of reason, compassion, and solidarity, especially for those on the margins of society. My brother, you have always been more than just a friend and a colleague, and your presence here will be profoundly missed. Thank you for your service.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Today I would like to pay tribute to an exceptional man from my riding, Laurentides-Labelle, a rare pearl who is a volunteer and has been a volunteer for 60 years in volunteer sport. Monsieur Pierre Fournel got the Lieutenant Governor's Medal last January. His candidacy for this high distinguishment was chosen logically because of his strong devotion. He spread his passion of sport to youth. For decades now, he's allowed thousands of young sportsmen and sportswomen to take part in quality sports. Despite his venerable age, he is still active and takes part in his community's events. And I hope that his volunteering will be a model for generations to come. Thank you.
The honourable member from Chilliwack Hope.
After 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the corruption or the cover-up. These Liberals fought tooth and nail to prevent Canadians from getting the documents that told the truth about their massive security breach at Canada's top-level laboratory, and we now know why they were so eager to cover them up. The documents reveal that this Liberal government allowed two scientists who were a very serious and credible danger and a realistic and credible threat to Canada's economic security to compromise the Winnipeg lab. CSIS reported that one of the scientists intentionally transferred scientific knowledge and materials to China to benefit the PRC. The Prime Minister has said he admires China's basic dictatorship, so it's no surprise that under his watch, the regime in Beijing was allowed to infiltrate what was supposed to be one of Canada's most secure facilities. Only a common-sense Conservative government will stand on guard for our country and make sure this never happens again.
The honourable member from Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament for Markham Unionville, I rise today with great pride on this final day of Black History Month. Throughout this month, I have had the immense pleasure of attending numerous events both here in Ottawa and in my community of Markham. As we reflect on the struggles and triumphs of Black Canadians, we are reminded of their immense contribution to every aspect of our society. From arts and culture to business and politics, Black Canadians have shaped our nation in profound ways. To all my constituents in Markham Unionville and to the organizations like YRAC and MACA, thank you for your work in the month of February, and my heartfelt wishes for a very happy conclusion to Black History Month. I hope this month has been a time of learning, celebration, and above all, a reminder of our shared commitment to diversity and inclusion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And happy Black History Month. Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member from Wellington-Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, not only did the government neglect national security, not only did they cover up things, they continue to skirt responsibility. Yesterday, the Minister of Health said, no high officials involved in the microbiology lab will be held responsible. If there's no one responsible, who within the cabinet will know who is responsible? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning, it's important to say that health agencies are independent, particularly in terms of national security. And it's our government that created a process to make sure that all the information is available. And it's really important for two Canadian citizens who were very well known as scientists did bad things like this, and there is an investigation underway with the RCMP. And this is very important, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada-China Committee in 2019 could have done exactly the same job as the ad hoc committee did, and we could have had the documents 3 years ago. The CSIS assessments released yesterday make it clear the PRC is and was actively recruiting top Canadian scientists to plunder Canada's research and intellectual property. The assessments also make clear that the PRC wants to weaponize this civilian research for military purposes against us and our allies. Knowing what we know now, will the government halt all collaboration between the Winnipeg National Microbiology Laboratory and any entities and individuals in the People's Republic of China?
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that an attack on our national security by foreign nations, be it China or Russia, represents an attack on democracy and represents a direct attack on every member of this House. And that I share his outrage that China or any country would attempt to interfere in our process. The Public Health Agency, which is one of the most respected agencies in the world, hired 2 Canadian citizens who are eminent and well-known scientists in Canada who lied. It is the Public Health Agency that discovered that. It is the Public Health Agency that fired them, and that's why there's now an RCMP investigation about their actions.
The honourable member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
The documents, Mr. Speaker, reveal a shocking disregard for Canada's national security. They reveal a government that is completely asleep at the switch on national security and the machinery of government. They reveal government employees collaborating with Beijing's government and with the biological weapons unit of the People's Liberation Army. Equally shocking are the health minister's comments. He said yesterday there was no evidence of actual breaches at the lab and no sensitive information actually left the country. The documents say otherwise. Does the minister stand by those comments?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the 2 Canadian scientists in question were well known for their work in virology and had spent their time working on health treatments for those that were suffering from viruses. Their collaboration, there is absolutely no evidence of the thing that the member opposite is suggesting, and I do not think that it is at all appropriate to suggest that they were involved with weaponization or things of this nature. They have all the documents, they can see all the information. We have waived all the normal considerations, not only of national security, Mr. Speaker, but of employee relationships that normally are kept confidential. It was our government that did that. That's why they have this information.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Speaker, scientists working with Ebola at Canada's only Level 4 lab collaborated with the People's Republic of China Army Major General. Sadly, this story does not end there. Dr. Chu was able to gain access to the lab for students from China, and it gets worse. A scientist from the Academy of Military Medical Sciences, the research arm of the PLA, known to work on biology-enabled warfare. How did so many citizens from a hostile superpower gain access to Canada's top lab? Is it because the Prime Minister admires China's basic dictatorship?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Some will attempt to national security concerns to play partisan games. I think that's unfortunate. And let me just give an example. With respect to Ebola, the exchange of Ebola in 2019 was done in the context of trying to work with China and other countries on finding solutions to Ebola, which exists in so many different parts of the country. At that moment in time in 2019, the relationship with China was in a different place. The information that was shared was through legitimate channels. It has nothing to do with this issue. It was absolutely known and handled with complete control. I think it's very, very important to not mischaracterize national security for partisan interests.
I'd like to remind all members to ensure that they don't use language which would be unparliamentary directed at any of their colleagues. The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
Speaker, that minister's comments are reckless and untrue. Before March 31st, 2019, the PRC did not have a containment level 4 lab. How can I be so specific about the date? This is the date on which a scientist at Canada's top lab, the National Microbiology Lab, shipped dangerous pathogens, including Ebola virus, to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. This scientist had a history of visiting and collaborating with the PLA since 2016. When did the Minister of Health and the Prime Minister know about the espionage and blatant violation of our sovereignty, and when did they decide to cover it up?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
the exact opposite of a cover-up occurred. It's actually this government that created the process that released these documents. So they actually refused to participate in this process. The second thing that I will say, Mr. Speaker, with respect to our national security interests, that it is essential when we're dealing with national security to recognize two things. That the party opposite is saying that they would support a partisan interference in the Public Health Agency of Canada, that if they were in government, they would see it as acceptable for political interference into that process. No, it's at an arm's length, and rightfully it is at an arm's length. They are the ones that identified these Canadian citizens, these eminent scientists, were lying, and they took action.
Order. Colleagues. The
Honourable Member for Saint Jean. The Court of Appeal has just handed down its ruling on the state secularism law, Bill 21, which has a broad consensus in Quebec. Quebecers want a clear separation of religion and state, and that's what this law guarantees. Now that the Appeals Court has handed down its ruling, it's clear that the next step is the Supreme Court. We saw it with Bill 101, and we'll see it again with Bill 21. What we're asking Ottawa is simple. Can you, please, stay out of it, either directly or indirectly? Because Quebec knows what's good for Quebec. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Justice. I appreciate the question, and obviously the court has just rendered its decision. I will read it and we will reflect on it. But I'd like to say the message again that we've always given. We will always be here to defend the Charter of Human Rights, and if this ruling does get to the Supreme Court, we'll be there to intervene. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. I repeat, Quebec knows what is good for Quebec. We know that French is not only our official language, but also our common language, and that it must be protected. We know that equality between men and women is non-negotiable. In Quebec, just like we know, the best way to protect religion is to have, for the state to have none. And that's what Bill 21 is about. And that, too, is a broad consensus in Quebec. So will the Liberals, who say they don't like bickering, commit to not going against the will of Quebecers on Bill 21? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, our government has always underscored that we'll always be here to defend the Canadian Charter. This includes freedom of expression and freedom of religion and equality. Nevertheless, if this ruling does make it to the Supreme Court of Canada, we'll be there to intervene.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
The Arrive Canada drama never stops. Remember we told the Liberals that they could ask public service to do the work that was required? They said, no, it's not possible. Well, it turns out that the Arrive Can contract was awarded to a D&D employee. A public servant actually did the work. Under the Liberals, public money going to private consultants tripled. Why are the Liberals trying to give the Conservatives a run for their money at how much money they can waste on private consulting?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
I actually want to thank the member for the question, because I think it's an important one. Mr. Speaker, as soon as we were made aware that the CEO of Dalian was a D&D employee, we've taken immediate action to suspend all contracts with Dalian, and I can confirm for this House that all active contracts with Dalian have been suspended. I can also confirm to this House that the member in question has also been suspended. The matter will be thoroughly investigated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, once again, I'm going to ask colleagues to please be respectful of the questions that are asked and, of course, of the answer given for many reasons. One of them, of course, is that members who require the use of translation can't hear through their earphones if members are shouting in terms of the response. Then I have
the Honourable Member for Burnaby South. A 6-person family and a pregnant woman live under a highway in Montreal. They were kicked out of their apartment. They cannot find affordable housing. This is the result of the Liberals and the Conservatives who have lost more than a million units of affordable housing. Will the Liberals, or are they ashamed of their track record, or are they too disconnected from reality? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that every person in Canada has a right to a home. It is a fundamental right. We doubled funding for communities to fight against homelessness and to make sure everyone has a roof over their heads. Mr. Speaker, we know there's a lot of work to be done, but unlike the Conservatives, it's not through bickering with municipalities that will get there. We need to sit down with everyone and find a lasting solution to homelessness in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
This Prime Minister isn't worth the cost, the crime, the corruption, or the cover-ups. After hiding the Winnipeg lab documents from Canadians for over 3 years, we finally know why the Liberals blocked Parliament. We know that Dr. Chu had close and clandestine relationships with entities of the People's Republic of China and collaborated with military scientists. The People's Liberation Army is a known security threat to Canada.
That's right. So
why did the Prime Minister cover up this breach of national security instead of arresting these spies?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, in answer to the first part of the question, as I suspect they're going to have other questions on the second element. On the first order, it was the first offer was to have all parliamentarians look at the documents through NSICOP. That was an immediate offer. Some opposition members said that wasn't a good answer because they wanted to make sure that if there was a need for redactions to be released, they wanted a process. So I, as House Leader at that point in time, suggested an ad hoc process that would ensure that an independent arbiter would make the decision about releasing those documents. I would remind the member again that it is an independent decision of the Public Health Agency to make redactions. I'm sure he's not suggesting that anything else other than that should happen.
The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake
That
Eastman.
House Leader actually sued the Speaker. Dr. Chu maliciously shared technology and materials from the Winnipeg labs with Major General Chen, one of Beijing's top commanders at the Academy of Military Medical Science. The Academy is described in the CSIS documents as the highest medical research institution of the People's Liberation Army of the PRC and has offensive biological weapons capabilities. And one of its objectives is to transform the results of basic civilian research into military applications and biotechnologies. The Chinese military can now make more biological weapons and potentially use them against Canadians and our allies. Why did the Prime Minister cover up this national security threat?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I've already said that the documents first were released and then the additional redactions were actually commenced by us. The second point is when the member says maliciously, we don't know what their intention was. That's the purpose of an RCMP investigation. Secondly, these are individuals that I am deeply concerned about, like the member opposite. And in a process of due process, we understand what they did. With respect to the Chinese government, the military and the government and academia and scientists are all part of their military. That means that any connection that they had whatsoever would have touched that. And so I think it's careful not to
We're listening to the question.
Colleagues, it's hard to hear, for the chair, to hear the response. If members are not satisfied with the response, sometimes the best opportunity is just to listen to it in silence and let it stand on its own. The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
The Health Minister should actually read the CSIS documents that actually describes all the breaches that were done and the espionage that was carried out. At the Prime Minister's top public health labs in Canada, Beijing military scientist Dr. Yan was given unfettered access to all the labs and the computer systems at the Winnipeg labs, which were covertly shared by Dr. Chu with Beijing. Instead of stopping this espionage, the Prime Minister decided to cover it up. Why did the Prime Minister put his admiration for the basic dictatorship of the Communist Party in Beijing ahead of the public safety of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to step back and really consider what the Conservative Party is saying here. At the time in which they were hired, these two Canadian citizens were eminent scientists who were well published and well regarded throughout North America. The fact that they lied and misrepresented themselves, Mr. Speaker, is reprehensible.
Colleagues, I'm going to ask members, please. I'll ask the member from Miramichi Grand Lakes, please, to keep his comments to himself until when he will have the floor at the time that he asks a question. The Honourable Minister of Health has 15 seconds left on the clock.
So I would hope what they're not suggesting is that if they were in power, that they would have interfered politically, been able through clairvoyance to know that these eminent scientists who at this point in time had no reason to believe that they were anything other than Canadian scientists who were doing good research, that they would have interfered politically with clairvoyance and got rid of them before this happened.
The honourable member from Charlebourg-Oates.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned that there were documents with respect to the Winnipeg lab, and the worst is confirmed. There was a leak from the Chinese Communist Party, and the first person represents a serious and credible threat to Canada's economy, was able to access this level 4 laboratory. Why did he not protect Canadians, the Prime Minister, the Honourable Minister of Health? China, Russia, or any other country? Well, this is an attack against our democracy, the House of Commons, and every member here, and it concerns me greatly. And this is the reason why we have measures now to ensure that we protect our public safety with policies that are as strong as possible to make sure our objective is not compromised. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Minister said that the Prime Minister said he admired the basic dictatorship of China, and this lab in Winnipeg was working on some of the most dangerous viruses in the world, and there were dangerous pathogens that were passed on to the Chinese party. Does he realize that our national safety was in peril? The Honourable Minister, what Canadians realize today, when we're talking about national security, it's not a partisan issue. And if there's something we won't take lessons on for the Conservative Party is protecting national security on research and science in Canada. We are the government that did the most to protect science in this country, to protect IP, to help our universities and research centres to identify risks. Mr. Speaker, last January we published a list that indicates our research institutes that not do business. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister know that on March 31st, the Ebola virus was sent to Beijing through Canada? We sent a weapon to a country that is building up its stock of biological weapons. Does the Prime Minister realize that his government failed because the Chinese government is developing biological weapons and he's putting our security at risk? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, rather than talking about facts, what we hear from the opposition today is politicizing national security. And I think that all colleagues that were elected to this chamber, their first responsibility is the security and health of Canadians. As I said, last January, we did publish a list for entities that are protected to protect national security and IP. Will always be here to defend national security in Canada. The Honourable Member for Drummond. The Court of Appeal is clear. Bill 21 is constitutional and does not pose a problem. The fact that we've recognized the right of Quebecers to create their own rules means we've turned the page. But there are a few people who continue to contest it. What will the Liberal government choose to do? Respect the will of Quebecers with this appeals court decision, or continue bickering with Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to underscore that our government is clearly committed to defending the rights of liberties protected under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, particularly in terms of the right of freedom of expression and the right to equality. Our government has clearly expressed concerns with respect to the preventive use of the notwithstanding clause. If it does, the this decision does get to the Supreme Court, will be there to intervene. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Yes, we're talking about respect for charter and court decisions as well, because despite what the Liberals say, Bill 21 has nothing to be criticized for. It is legitimate. It is a pillar for living together in harmony, which Quebecers want. And Liberals' fears are unfounded. Now that the appeals court has rendered its ruling, will the government commit to not contesting this Bill 21 either directly or indirectly? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Mr. Speaker, like the Prime Minister has already said, as I have already said, our government is committed to defending the rights and liberties of Canadians protected under the Charter. Nevertheless, we have to protect freedom of religion and expression. We've also said that our government has clearly expressed concerns with respect to the preventive use of the notwithstanding clause. If this case does go before the Supreme Court, our government will intervene. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. It's worrisome. The Liberals want secularism without any trace. They don't want us to say anything. They want to make it insignificant, but separating religion and state does mean something. It means that we respect the beliefs and the non-beliefs of each other, and they never get involved in the relationship with the state. Bill 21 has true implications, and the appeals court has recognized this, and the use of the notwithstanding clause is not only constitutional but legitimate for Bill 21. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned by the Prime Minister and myself, we are clearly committed to defend the rights and freedoms in the Canadian Charter, notably the right to freedom of religion, expression, and right to equality. On several occasions, we've also said that we have serious concerns with the prevented use of the notwithstanding clause. If this case does get heard by the Supreme Court, our government will be here.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister isn't worth the cost or the cover-up. For 3 years, this Prime Minister covered up a terrifying national security breach at Canada's highest security lab, hiding the fact that the head of special pathogens was actively collaborating with top Beijing military scientists engaged in biodefense and bioterrorism. So, in the face of that, will the Prime Minister accept responsibility for this colossal failure on his watch?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I've answered that question on numerous occasions, but let me address the preposition at the start of that question, where he says the working together with another political party. He doesn't want to do that, and I get that. He's used to making partisan points and not reaching across the aisle and collaborating. But you know what happens when you collaborate, Mr. Speaker, when you work together? You get national pharmacare. You get the ability to say to those that have diabetes that you've got your back and you've got medication. You say to women, we're going to give you real freedom, freedom over your sexuality, freedom over your reproductive rights. That's what happens when you stop focusing on partisan politics and you start focusing on results.
The Honourable Member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
What a disgraceful answer from this minister. The national security culture begins at the top with the Prime Minister. This is a Prime Minister who said that he admires Beijing's basic dictatorship. This is a Prime Minister who, over the past 8 years, has repeatedly ignored Beijing's interference. So, in the face of that, is it any wonder that under this Prime Minister's watch, top Beijing military scientists had unfettered access to some of Canada's most sensitive biological secrets?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, in the first order, that isn't true. What is true is that the Public Health Agency of Canada, which is one of the most respected agencies in the world, that was there for us throughout the pandemic, is entirely responsible for its operations. And the truth is that there were two individuals hired. They were Canadian citizens, eminent scientists, well known and well respected across Canada and indeed around the world, who lied to the Public Health Agency of Canada. The Public Health Agency of Canada then took the very responsible action of firing those individuals, turning the matter over to the RCMP, where they currently are under investigation, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, where are they?
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, had the opportunity to ask two questions. I'm certain he could speak to his House Leader to ask more questions in the House. But until that time, please, I'd ask him to wait his turn until he has the microphone, until he has the floor. The honourable member from Lennox, Addington.
Speaker, evidence speaks otherwise. After 8 years, this Liberal NDP Prime Minister is not worth the cost nor the cover-up. He can't be trusted to keep our people safe. Yesterday, the entire nation was shocked to learn that this government granted two People's Liberation Army assets full access to secret research in a top-secret Canadian lab. This represents the biggest security breach since the Cold War. And this happened under a Prime Minister who famously said he admires China's basic dictatorship. Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians trust a Prime Minister that fails to take national security seriously?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the representations made by the member are inaccurate, and I would invite people to read the documents, which have been fully redacted. But this is the contrast, Mr. Speaker, between a party that is focused on partisanship and difference. And you know what the member opposite talks about working with another party and what that might accomplish. What about dental care, Mr. Speaker? When we focused on cooperation, we were able to get dental care done for this country. We were able to make sure that 9 million Canadians, 3 million seniors will have access to dental care. They're voting against that. They're against that. Are they against pharmacare? Are they against the other fruits of cooperation that come from...
Colleagues. Again, colleagues, it is very important for us, for those of us who have the ability to speak both languages, it's a clear advantage of being in the House that we don't require the use of the headsets. But for those of us who do require it, it's very difficult for them to hear the questions or the answers if there's too much noise in the House. I ask all members, out of respect to all of their colleagues in each of your respective caucuses, is to please listen respectfully to the answers and to the questions, so that those of us who require the use of earphones can do so. The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, the number of people unable to find an affordable place to live in Nanaimo, Ladysmith is staggering. And what have the Liberals done? Cut the Reaching Home funding to Nanaimo by 60%. And the Conservatives plan gut funding and leave it up to rich developers who just so happen to be their biggest donors. Nanaimo needs more support, not less. The Mayor of Nanaimo is calling for federal support. Will the minister provide the funding required for truly affordable housing in Nanaimo?
Hear, 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 hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to take up the specific matter with the member who just raised it after question period to know more about that specific case in Nanaimo. But what I will say is that this federal government is absolutely committed to ensuring there's greater supply. Supply is always what underpins a housing crisis in this country and every other country that's experiencing exactly that. We need to see more building, and that's why we've incented the private sector by lifting GST on the building of apartment rentals. We've moved forward to work with municipalities to see zoning changes where so much of this is dealt with in terms of affordability. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats are delivering diabetes medicine and devices and contraceptives for all Canadians today. Free contraceptives are life-changing for women across this country. But shamefully, Danielle Smith said she doesn't want that for Albertans. Right. My constituents are outraged, and the Conservative leader, when he was asked by the media about this, literally ran away, so he didn't have to talk about fairness for women. Will this government ensure that they sign agreements agreements with all provinces, so all women, all Canadians have access to the...
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Access to medication for diabetes is not just a question of social justice. It's a question of saving lives. It's a question of prevention. It's a question of reducing costs enormously across this country. And I can say, and specifically with Alberta, that I've had very constructive conversations with Adriana Lagrange, who's been willing to work and find compromise, find that common ground. Unfortunately, across the aisle, that's not what we see. Today, the leader of the official opposition, the Conservatives, ran away when asked if he would support diabetes medication, refused to answer whether or not he would slash contraceptives for women. They are already against dental. I'd really like to know where they stand for pharmacare.
The Honourable Member from Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, journalists and newsrooms are one of the pillars of our democracy in Canada. And in rural communities like ours, they play a role that's even more fundamental. In December, the Minister of Heritage reached an historic agreement with Google to provide $100 million of funding to newsrooms. Can she give this House an update on how and when newsrooms, but especially local media, will have access to this funding? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And despite months of opposition from the Conservatives last year, we adopted the Online News Act, which allowed us to reach an historic agreement with Google. That's $100 million in funding that Google's going to invest in local media that would never have been available had the Conservatives been in power. And yesterday, Google launched its open bid office to ask for eligible newsrooms to apply. Canadians can be sure that on this side of the House, we are always going to stand up to ensure that technological giants pay their fair share to protect Canadian citizens. Thank you. I would just like to ask the member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, to respect people taking the floor. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Confused because it's not Conservatives making a link between these scientists and threats to national security. It's the government's own security agencies themselves saying that these individuals, quote, were collaborating with foreign entities that present a threat to the security of Canada. We're talking about research with pathogens and deadly viruses, while at the same time these individuals were on the payroll of the People's Liberation Army for the communist regime in Beijing. Now, rather than inform Canadians and come clean at the outset, the government went into overdrive to cover it up. How could the Prime Minister be so callous and selfish that he would try to protect himself rather than the security of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Speaker, I'm very happy to answer to my colleague because Canada has shown leadership when it comes to national security, Mr. Speaker. That's something the Conservative will not want to highlight to Canadians. But let me refresh their memory because they tend to be selective when it comes to the facts. On the 16th of January, Mr. Speaker, we announced that we will ban funding for research in sensitive areas. There's 100 entities around the world, Mr. Speaker. We work with our Five Eyes allies. We work with research centers in this country. We work with university. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we will always put national security first and defend the interest of Canada.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
They want to give themselves a gold star that finally 3 years later, after fighting, kicking and screaming to keep these documents hidden, that now they've been released only because Conservatives demanded it. Let's remember the facts. They ignored and refused to comply with 4 parliamentary orders. They took the unprecedented step of taking the Speaker of the House of Commons to court to keep these documents hidden, and then they called a snap election hoping it would all go away. If this was all just an administrative issue, then why the cover-up?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, in the first order, one of the things that is disturbing about what the member is supposing is that if he was in government, and I hope that that doesn't happen, that they would interfere in the redaction process and they would be involved in it. We obviously did not do that, particularly not with national security. What we did do, and in fact, the member opposite and I had a conversation about this. First, I suggested immediately that they see the documents at NSICOP. He said that wasn't good enough. So I created an ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee gave them the opportunity not only to see the documents, but put to an independent arbiter whether or not they should be released publicly. We did that together. The documents are released. They're now before us.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is recognized for his admiration for China's basic dictatorship. After 8 years, he let the Chinese Communist Party interfere in our elections. He turned a blind eye to the interference with the Chinese diaspora. And with this Winnipeg lab matter, we see that there are people who represent a credible and serious danger to compromise Canada's national security. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he tried to cover up these documents to protect himself instead of protecting Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, people listening at home must be saying, well, where were the Conservatives on January 16th? They must wonder, because on January 16th, Mr. Speaker, we announced as a government that we were going to ban funding. May I urge members, please, who have not been recognized, to wait their turn, and that way we'll be able to have a proper discussion instead of shouting across the aisle. The Honourable Minister, please continue. 22 seconds remaining. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Conservatives will listen this time, because on January 16th, Mr. Speaker, we banned research in sensitive areas to work with 100 different companies. We are working with our allies to protect science, to protect intellectual property, and to protect the work that is done by our universities, Mr. Speaker. We are always there to defend Canada's interests. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Where was the minister, Mr. Speaker, in July 2019 when 2 scientists were expelled from Canada, Mr. Speaker, by CSIS? That was in 2019. That was more than 4 years ago, Mr. Speaker. What we learned yesterday is that the Prime Minister ignored 4 parliamentary orders to produce papers. He took the Speaker to court, which has never been seen before, for the worst cover-up in history. Why did the Prime Minister choose to protect himself instead of Canada's national security? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, people listening at home must be shocked. We have just told Conservatives once again that not only the Prime Minister, but all members of the government on this side of the House, we take national security seriously. On January 16th, we did not ban one research entity, but 100. So we are protecting universities and colleges from this type of thing. So that's the type of measure we're putting in place to protect Canada's interests. We always stand up for science. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. When it comes to health care, Quebecers want care, not threats. A year after having forced Quebec to accept an increase in health transfers that covers only 1/6 of their needs, the federal government is now threatening Quebec that it will steal $900 million if we don't submit our conditions by March 31st. The Liberals are once again playing political games at the expense of Quebecers with our own money. When will the Liberals finally stop taking ill people hostage and pay Quebec the the money that it's entitled to? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Bloc Québécois just likes to squabble. But when I spoke with Minister Lebel, it is clear that her objective is to cooperate and to find solutions. In our healthcare system, I think that Canadians and Quebecers want politicians, members, to find solutions, not to pick fights. And that is why I am very sure that we are going to find an agreement with Quebec. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, pharmacare is not coming anytime soon. Bill C-64 refers to principles to consider when working towards the implementation of national universal pharmacare. Otherwise, in fact, that actually sounds like a election promise to me. The NDP is sold out very cheaply. But if one day, after having discussed these principles to consider when working towards the implementation of pharmacare, if Ottawa comes up with a pharmacare plan that Quebec has already, will Quebec be able to withdraw with full compensation, no strings attached? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, this year, for the first time in the history of the country, everyone with diabetes, everyone who needs contraceptives will be able to have access to them. That is such an historical announcement that it will change the lives of so many Canadians, even if Quebec already has such a program. Yesterday, I had a good conversation with Minister Dubé on this topic, and I think that we will reach an agreement with Quebec very soon.
Alderman Norfolk.
Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. After 8 years, this Liberal NDP Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. Never before in the history of this great nation have so many people have to resort to food banks. Thousands are now resorting to dumpster diving because they can no longer afford the cost of food. Will this Prime Minister show some compassion and cancel the April 1st carbon tax hike?
That's the right thing to do. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That colleague is from Ontario, where I'm from, Mr. Speaker, and the climate rebate that Ontarians will receive is over $1,100. That's for a family of 4. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised, though, to hear that member and the Conservatives continue to bring up these points. They want to take money out of the pockets of Canadians. Today, historic legislation tabled in the House of Commons on pharmacare. The Leader of the Opposition ran away when asked if he would support pharmacare. When it comes to student loans and helping students, when it comes to EI, pensions in particular, they're nowhere to be seen. They want to make cuts. They're a party of austerity, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are getting back far less from this government than they're paying in carbon tax.
That's right.
According to Second Harvest, this year we'll see a 30% rise in the demand for food charity in some regions. Wow. Where I live in Southern Ontario, we produce food to feed the entire nation, yet so many families there still do not have enough income to cover basic food expenses. Why won't this government just do the right thing? Cancel the 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st so that Canadian families can afford food again.
Yeah, do the right thing. The Honourable Government House Leader.
New member who wants to take Canada out of the UN needs to know a little bit of good news for a change, Mr. Speaker. We've had many months of good news for Canadians. Just recently, Statistics Canada announced that in January we gained 37,000 new jobs, and there are 1 million more Canadians, Mr. Speaker, working than before the pandemic. The unemployment rate is at 5.7%, and wage growth is outpacing inflation, and that's even more true for women. You'd think that member would care about such things.
The Honourable Member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Because after 8 years, Canadians know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. Life has never been more expensive in this country. 1 million Canadians will be relying on food banks this year alone. And still, this Prime Minister is hell-bent on hiking the carbon tax up by 23% on April 1st. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister cancel his carbon tax increase and help make life more affordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Canadians have had enough of the gloom and doom coming from over here. They're deliberately ignoring the truth about how our government is supporting Canadians.
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, 2.3 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty since this government took office and started caring about Canadians by putting supports in place that those guys had spent all their time cutting. Families throughout Canada have seen their child care fees slashed, in many cases down to $10 a day, thanks to this government and this Bill C-35 that we're getting ready to pass today.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Black Mental Health Week begins next week. It's a time to amplify Black voices and support equity in mental health. It is time to correct the disproportionate lack of Black health researchers so we can deliver culturally appropriate mental health solutions. It is time to act to improve the wide gap in health outcomes for many Black Canadians that is the result of historical and systemic anti-Black racism. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions tell us what her department is doing to improve access to culturally safe and informed mental health services for Black communities across the country?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member. She is such a tremendous advocate on so many issues that matter to Canadians. Black communities across Canada continue to experience social and economic inequities which have persisted for far too long and have negative impacts on their mental health. We know there's more work to do, Mr. Speaker, and we're committed to doing the work together. Through programs like the Mental Health of Black Canadians Fund, we are supporting organizations to develop culturally safe, focused, knowledge-based programs with capacity to improve the mental health of Black Canadians and meet their needs. We'll keep working with the Black community across Canada, Mr.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Meanwhile, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians know he's not worth the cost of the crime or the corruption. And just yesterday, we learned that in the Prime Minister's $60 million Arrive scam, one of the contractors who was paid millions is actually a bureaucrat for this NDP Liberal government. That's why Common Sense Conservatives passed a motion in this House demanding that this government produce all of the documents on this Prime Minister scandal. Will he stand in his place and commit to releasing every last page?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, 24 hours. 24 hours after we became aware that the CEO of Dalian was a D&D employee, we've taken action, Mr. Speaker. We have suspended all contracts with Dalian. We have suspended the employee, and we have launched an investigation on how this person became an employee at D&D in the first place. Mr. Speaker, we will act to ensure that we protect the integrity of our institutions and our government.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's offer it a little louder for those in the back. What we're looking for is a commitment from this government to release every page of those documents, because after 8 years, it's clear to see that these Liberals aren't worth the corruption with their NDP Liberal Prime Minister. It's very clear, a $60 million scandal with people in their basements getting paid $20 million, not doing any IT work, and now we have that minister's staff who are getting paid millions of dollars while Canadians are lined up at food banks. So another question, and I'll say it loud so the minister can hear it, will they stand in their place to getting Canadians money back for their corruption?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'll simply remind the member opposite how quickly we acted. This information became to our attention yesterday. And since that time, we have suspended all contracts with Dalian. We've suspended the member, and we've launched a thorough investigation that will determine how this individual became to be employed. Mr. Speaker, we are demonstrating.
Colleagues, especially the member from Brantford Brant who's about to get up to ask a question, just to remind that I expect all colleagues to have respect for each other and to wait their turn to speak when they're recognized by the chair. And at that point, when they have the opportunity to speak, I will also request that all people listen to that member. The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds left on the clock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to repeat what I've already said, except to remind the members of this House that when this information came to our attention, we took immediate action. We took the steps necessary to protect Canadians' interests and to remove this individual from our employ.
The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, common sense Conservatives will axe the tax. We will build the homes. We will fix the budget. We will stop the crime. Well, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime or corruption. Yesterday, we learned that yet another company received $8 million tax dollars for the Arrive scam. But it gets better. This one, owned by a National Defence bureaucrat. The rot continues. Yesterday, Parliament passed our motion to force the government to release all documents and to repay taxpayers. Will the government end the cover-up and release the documents? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite began his question by telling about all the things that the Conservatives propose to do at some distant point in the future. But, Mr. Speaker, let us remember what they did when they were in government, where they cut the defence spending, for example, to less than 1% of GDP.
Less than 1%.
When they cut the resources of the police, our national security intelligence advisors, all of the people whose job it is to protect us and to maintain the integrity of our institutions, they cut them. And, Mr. Speaker, we've been rebuilding the government to get the work done, and we are prepared to take the action necessary.
I'll ask the Honourable Member from Southwark St. Margaret's, please, to wait his turn to ask a question. The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speck, in Quebec, we're fortunate enough to have tourist attractions that charm people here, elsewhere in Canada and abroad. The tourism contribution represents more than 3% of employment and 2% of the GDP, whether it be for sustainable tourism, agritourism, outdoor experiences, Indigenous tourism, or rural tourism. Can the minister tell us how our government is going to maximize the growth potential of this sector? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And he can tell everyone in his riding and all Quebecers that as of today, the Tourism Growth Fund is ready to receive applications from all kinds of companies and associations in order to choose projects and make tourists' experience better. Conservatives don't believe in tourism. They want to cut everywhere in Saguenay and Gaspésie, but on this side of the House, we stand up for tourism in Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, last summer's wildfires devastated communities across Canada, and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness has admitted that the upcoming wildfire season will be even worse. Canadians want their government to take decisive action, and according to last week's Abacus poll, 74% of them want to see this done through a new national wildfire fighting force. But the Liberals are taking a go-slow approach. The wildfire season is already starting, so when will this government act to create a national wildfire fighting force?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member for the question. In fact, actually, we're taking immediate action, taking the lessons learned from not only last year, but previous years as well. First and foremost, we need to make sure that all the resources that we put in place go directly to fighting wildfires, and that's to the local level. So we have already trained approximately 500 firefighters, Mr. Speaker, putting more personnel to support on the recovery. Yes, we are reviewing the overall national system as well. Any support that we provide, we're going to make sure that it actually has the maximum impact. Thank you.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, we're learning that Palestinians in Gaza have been shot and killed while waiting for aid at a time when the UN reports at least a quarter of those in Gaza are one step from famine. Meanwhile, Amnesty International reports that Israel has failed to comply with the ICJ ruling requiring them to take immediate steps to prevent genocide, including allowing humanitarian aid in. In light of this, when will this government reinstate UNRWA funding, which millions of Palestinians rely on for food, and call on Israel to follow the ICJ ruling?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Stories coming out of Gaza are extremely preoccupying. This is catastrophic. I would call this a nightmare scenario. So, at all times, international humanitarian law must be respected, and both parties must respect the ICJ ruling. And we need to do more to make sure that humanitarian aid is going into Gaza, and at all times, civilians must be protected. Thank you so much.
This brings to an end a question period. I see the honourable member from Regina Capel is rising on the regular Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's time for the weekly Thursday question. I just want to let my colleague, the Government House Leader, know that Conservatives are ready to quickly pass any legislation that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, or stop the crime. And they needn't use extended sittings to do that if they come forward with some common sense, practical plans, not like the inflationary deficits and soft on crime approach that has unleashed so much crime and chaos in our community. So I wonder if the Government House Leader can inform the House if any of that will be coming the week we come back, and if not, what the government will actually be calling for debate.
I thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader for the Thursday question. I see that the Government House Leader is rising for an answer.
Good news today. We have announced a whole bunch of more homes being built in Canada. We have reduced taxes on the middle class and increased them on the 1%, and those guys voted against it. The budget is the best in the G7, and we have a great record on reducing poverty, Mr. Speaker. So all of these things are well in hand without the bad track record of the previous government. Mais, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, later today we will proceed to the final vote on the motion concerning the Senate amendment to Bill C-35, an act respecting early learning and childcare in Canada. Tomorrow is an allotted day.
Following the constituency weeks, we will resume second reading debate of Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023. On Wednesday of the same week, we'll continue debate on the motion relating to the Senate amendments to Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. Tuesday, March 19th and Thursday, March 21st shall be allotted days. Et enfin, Monsieur le Président.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, while I'm standing, I'd like to note that an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-59. An act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting of the House a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-35, the Canada Early Learning and Child Care Act.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's such a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on such an important piece of legislation. And you know, it's interesting in terms of today when we started the debates, the mechanisms that were used in order to be able to prevent the debate on this particular piece of legislation. I think it's fairly well established as a government. We've been very aggressive on the issue of trying to provide childcare to Canadians. We've had a number of ministers now work with different provincial entities and others, stakeholders across the country, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, in order to develop a plan in which would be well received by Canadians. Having achieved that particular plan, the work was then to start working with provinces and getting agreements put into place. Many of the provinces today actually have $10 a day daycare because of this government's proactive approach at providing good quality childcare, Mr. Speaker. The province of Manitoba is one of those provinces. In fact, it wasn't that long ago when we had the Prime Minister come up to Winnipeg North and go to visit Stanley Knowles School, where he got to witness firsthand some of the benefactors of quality childcare. And that was just in one school in the riding of Winnipeg North, where we saw firsthand children and parents of children and administrators of good quality child care, Mr. Speaker. And when you look at the dialogue that had taken place and you see the individual efforts from the child care providers to the smiles on the face of children, to those parents and guardians often that bring their child to that facility, you get a better appreciation as to why it is child care is so very important. Here's the issue that I have. Every member of the Conservative Party that virtually speaks nowadays, they've been programmed to talk about their 4 priorities. And in those priorities, the one I want to focus a little bit of attention on is the priority, what they classify as fixing the budget. And I think it's important that people really understand what they mean when they say fixing the budget. Fixing the budget, Mr. Speaker, from my perspective, is actually code words about a Conservative hidden agenda in terms of what it is a Conservative government would actually do. And I think that we need to be aware of that. The Conservatives need to start sharing what their true feelings are and thoughts and policies are on very important public policy positions. And today, earlier, during the debate on this, Mr. Speaker, we had one of the Conservatives stand up and being very critical in terms of C-35. And I posed the question to the member, if the member could actually be very clear, because the Conservative Party has not been clear on the child care issue on Bill C-35. If you take a look in terms of what it is that they were saying during the election, the position that they had taken during the election, Mr. Speaker, was that at the end of the day, they were campaigning saying that they were going to rip up the child care proposals that the Liberal government was talking about just prior to the election. That's what they were telling Canadians. And then shortly after the election, they started to waffle a little bit as the government started to actually get provinces signing on to it. So whether it was provinces like my home province of Manitoba or provinces like Ontario, Mr. Speaker, what we witnessed is from all regions of the country, provinces and territories buying into the national program. That caused a little bit of issues, if I can put it nicely, across the way to the Conservative Party, as they started to feel a little bit uncomfortable in regards to what it is that they were saying during the last federal election. Now, you fast forward it to what's happening today and some of the comments that we're hearing from the Conservative caucus members. And I posed the question to the member that was speaking on it, and I asked them specifically, what is the Conservative Party's position in regards to $10 a day childcare? Pretty straightforward, Mr. Speaker, but the answer was far from being straightforward. Didn't provide any clarity whatsoever. And that's why I say people need to be aware of that fix the budget bumper sticker or theme that the Conservative Party is telling Canadians. Because what it really means is programs like we're talking about today, programs that have the support of New Democrats, Blocs, members of the Bloc, and Green Party members, will be on the chopping block. The Conservative Party does not support. They might say something at different points in time, but they do not support the initiative that has been taken by this government. And the contrast between the Conservatives and the government, I tell you, is very compelling when it comes to social programming. And we have seen that virtually from day one. When you think in terms of how this government has been there to support Canadians, provide additional disposable income, provide programs that have seen